Hello, my lovelies. Before we get into anything, I do have to say and apologise if there is any background noise. There are builders and workmen on the street. That has been for the last couple of weeks. There will continue to be for the next couple of weeks. But I didn't want to not stream because you guys didn't see me last week because I was away at Comic-Con and I had a great time. Yeah, but I'm back now. And not much has changed because I had to go to the doctors this morning. Fun times. I have strange eyelid pain that no one really knows what's causing it or what to do with it. The suspect is either my eczema or some kind of allergy, but who knows what. So I just gotta make sure I keep washing it, is basically the advice. But anyway. I had physio on Wednesday, so I have stretches and stuff that is like my homework to do now. It's not a nerve problem or anything. Who knows what it is? Who knows what anything is? Basically seems to be the thing. But hello Julia, hello Lucio. I can also see that Kitty gave me a shout out 2 days ago. I have no idea why. I wasn't in their stream. But thank you. That's very nice. But yes, hello. Stream's gonna be slightly different today. We're gonna do a mix of screen share and hand cam. Because I got stuff I want to do. I was gonna originally just draw stickers on the stream. But then I thought, that's not what I want to do. So we're doing some personal project stuff instead today because it's something I've really wanted to do, and hopefully working on it will cheer me up a bit. Because post-con depression is real. I cried a lot. When I had to leave the hotel, I was just crying in the hotel. I'm like, I don't want to go. Because that's the only time I get to see my friends. But next con's in July, so hopefully it won't be too long till I see them again. Because we all live on opposite ends of the country. But yeah. Let me switch to... I would share Comic-Con photos, and I don't mind doing that on stream. But I think everyone in here has already seen the photo. If there were other people in who hadn't, but I'm pretty sure. I already put a lot of photos on Discord. But if you guys want to see all of my photos, I'll be posting them on my main Instagram, which is Empty Masks. Lucio. Don't ignore that. Don't ignore this. Don't. I have a problem, okay? I have a problem, and it's called I Might Simp for Wally Darling. So, you see, this actually inherently doesn't have anything to do with what's happening on the rest of the screen. Not initially. So, it was a problem. It's a problem. I've been wanting to make dolls for a very long time. As a little kid, had a lot of Bratz and Barbie and like original Winx Club dolls. And then when Monster High first came out, but that was when I was like a teen. And as a teen, I then got into collecting pull-up dolls and BJDs for those, not in the doll community. Pull-up dolls are a Japanese fashion doll. They're a lot more expensive than a Barbie would be, but their clothes are way more detailed. They have big heads with eyes that can move and blink and close and so on. And then BJDs, which are ball jointed dolls, can be anywhere from like a teeny tiny doll to like a 1 meter, 2 meter doll. And there's loads of different brands that make ball jointed dolls. They are gorgeous. I really like Fairyland are really pretty. There's Doll Chateau who make really kind of creepy, like, weird proportions and stuff. But I've always wanted to make my own. But I didn't know how, because I know how to make a BJD, but I do not have the patience to actually sculpt, and then the way that like a Barbie works is it's just plastic joints, but a BJD is hollow pieces that are strung together with elastic. And stringing dolls together with elastic is pain, and I don't want to do it. I was like, making all of these little parts is gonna be like way too complicated. A lot of people who make BJDs just 3D print them, but there's no way I can make a 3D printer. But I didn't know how else to go about it. But there's a few artists I really like who make dolls. And they use wire armatures and then just cover the body in fabric but have clay hands and feet and head. So that's what I'm doing. And I've had these plans for a long while. I think I drew these in January and I just haven't had the time to get around to them. I'll bring the picture bigger. Maybe. Oh, my parents just came back in the new car. Oh, it's gonna be so weird getting used to because it's white. So, but Prince, what are you making as a doll? I'll tell you. Me. So, what I'm doing, well, the initial idea, and it's gotten bigger, but the initial idea is that I'm gonna make dolls about Barbie sized, which is classed as like 1/6 scale or 12 inches, so that they'll fit like Barbie props and Barbie clothing. Dolls of me and Julia, because I've always wanted to make dolls, and we decided that for our 1-year anniversary, which is going to happen at the end of April, that we would make gifts for each other. And I was like, well, no time like the present. So this is like the concept art I did, working out how I was gonna do the face and stuff. The head and the feet and the hands are gonna be clay. But unlike other dolls I've seen where then the clothes are just kind of sewn to the doll, I want to make it so that you can take the clothes off the doll and put other clothes back on, which is going to make things so much more complicated. Everyone else I've seen who makes dolls like this, like Strange Guts and I don't know how to pronounce Slokishan? Don't know how you pronounce the name. Just sew the clothes onto the doll, and that makes it so much easier. But I don't want to do that. I want to make it so the clothes can come off, so we can dress them up. So I'm gonna do the hands and feet. Instead of gluing them on, I bought a bunch of tiny little magnets, and we're gonna see if I can make it so that they magnetize on. So we've got all the kind of the clay parts for me. And then we got, and I consulted Julia when I drew these so that she could pick that eye shape and the kind of lip style, and she decided she wanted cat mouth. So she wanted a little kitty mouth. So essentially, we're gonna make a wire armature, cover the kind of pelvis and kind of shoulder area in clay, just to reinforce those areas, and then bake them, because I'm using polymer clay. Then make the head, the hands, and the feet out of clay, bake them, and then paint them with acrylics, wrap the body in cloth, strips of fabric, felt, fleece, whatever it is, side, until it's either wrap literally like a mummy, or if I think that's gonna take way too much fabric, then I will just kind of make make pieces and like stuff them with like toy stuffing for the rest of the body, because that way then the arms and the legs and everything are posable without me having to make joints, because the wire's really bendy. Then get the magnets glued in so that then the hands and the feet can go on. The head I'll just actually straight up glue. It's not going to be a magnet for the head or anything. Then make the hair out of yarn is the easiest way to do it. So essentially whether you buy yarn wefts or whether you just buy wool and then you brush it out, and you make your own little wefts, or you could just straight up glue them onto the head, whether you want to make a little wig cap and a wig or whether you just want to glue them on. I figure I'm just gonna glue them straight onto the head. I can't see us ever wanting to change the hair up. And then I gotta sew all the clothes. So it's a lot of like mixed media stuff. But I'm excited. But the thing is, with me making dolls of me and Julia, and it's supposed to be being a gift, it's like, oh, well, who gets which doll? Do I keep the little Prince doll and does Julia get the little Julia doll, or do we get the doll of each other? And we couldn't decide. So I'm making 2 of each so we can both have a full set. But also, I do want to make, there's so many characters. If this works out and I can make dolls like this, there's so many characters I want to make dolls of. Like every favourite character I've ever had. Every Blowbro. Every comfort character. And who is on my mind more at the moment than a certain little guy. For those not familiar, Welcome Home is an ARG, and for those not familiar with ARGs, it stands for Alternate Reality Game. They are media projects, usually web series, but can be also just websites that have like information on them, or comics. And the reason why they're not just considered like a comic or an art project or a web series is the game part of it, which is normally these things have hidden clues, hidden codes, hidden links that you can like, so you are a little investigator looking through the video, seeing these little clues and finding like hidden URLs and hidden little codes that unlock like more lore of the story. Doesn't have to be horror, usually is horror, but it doesn't have to be. But Welcome Home is an art project by Clown Illustrations, also Party Coffin on Twitter, that has recently really blown up because Nightmind, who's a YouTuber that I adore, covered the project. And you can see that gave it a lot of notice, because not that it wasn't it already had like a, you know, Clown's been working on this for 2 to 3 years and posting about it on Tumblr and Twitter, so like there were already fans of the project. But in Nightmind's video there's like a hit counter on the Welcome Home website, and within the Nightmind video you can see that the hit counter is at like 5,000, and currently the hit counter is at 700,000. At least it was at 700,000 when I went on the website yesterday. Let's see what it is today. But, so it's an original story. These are all original characters by this artist. And it's all fictional, but ARGs often present themselves as if they are, like, found footage, horror stories and stuff. Like, if anyone remembers Marble Hornets and Slender Man, those are all very early ARGs. Let me pop up Welcome Home. So Welcome Home is an art project. The story of Welcome Home is that it's this lost puppet show from the 70s, think like early Muppet show era. And these people who run this website, these characters, are trying to recover this lost piece of media. But not everything is as it seems. It is a horror ARG. It's 800,000 now on the counter. I love the art. I love the art so much. I love the art style. It's interesting because, if we go to Clown's actual website, I would highly recommend checking out the project, or if you think, or watching Nightmine's video covering the project, if you read about getting spooked. If we go to the About Welcome Home page, and you can see that it's a little spoopy, but what I really appreciate is the trigger warning list. And it's interesting because one of the biggest triggers in Welcome Home, and I so appreciate them using the proper term as well, is like my biggest one of the things that I don't deal well with, and yet I can't stop wanting to know more about this project. So if you do want to check it out, I will read out the trigger warning list. Welcome Home is a story centered around a gaggle of friendly faces whose sunny days transform into something unexplainable. With that said, it is important to state this is psychological horror that touches upon a few topics that may require a warning beforehand, especially during its development, which, a note, Welcome Home is currently only in its prologue phase. It's not the actual full story has not started yet. Clown is currently taking a little hiatus because all of the sudden attention is, quite understandably, very overwhelming for them. Common attributes in Welcome Home that may not be suitable for all audiences are listed below. Eyes, eye contact or staring, unreality or derealization, gore, puppets or mannequins, exploration of heavy topics like death, isolation and mental health, auditory unease such as unpleasant sounds. But yeah, Clown's been working on Welcome Home since 2018. A lot of the stuff has been posted since about 2020. And Clown's totally okay with people sharing stuff and making edits and whatnot. They don't want anyone sharing any art from before mid-2021 because all of that was like early concept art and that's not what the characters look like anymore. But they are very okay because someone asked them on Tumblr and they said they're very okay with people making fan art, with people making their own OCs, with people making video edits and whatnot using their art, with people shipping the characters together or shipping them with your OCs. All they've said is that they don't want people sending them speculations about what's going to happen in the story because they just want to be able to write it. They don't want to be influenced by anyone else's opinions because it is only in its prologue phase. I know that Clown probably has a lot of the rest of the story already planned out in their head, but none of that's been posted yet. And to not publicly post any not safe for work art, not safe for work as in sexual, obviously there is going to be gore eventually in Welcome Home officially, but in terms of sexual content, they don't want to see that. So, you know, and they specifically said, you know, please don't post any of that publicly. So you guys want to keep, you know, anyone who wants to have thoughts about the characters, that's fine, or even create stuff, but just don't post it. Just don't post it online. But I do appreciate the warning for eye contact, eye contact or staring, and if you look at their Tumblr, they do use the proper trigger warning, which is scopophobia, which is what I have. So it's very interesting that I like this project and that Wally is quickly becoming a favorite character, considering he's the one that warning is there for. So scopophobia is a phobia and or anxiety disorder that is at the fear of being looked at, of people looking at you, staring at you. Some people say like it's being paid attention to. It's not that specifically, because it's more the people being there and looking at you. That's why like I can stream like this, but I can't go on stage. Because the difference is there's people there and they're looking at me if I'm on stage. And what can be a trigger for scopophobia is like images or videos of people looking directly, like, at the viewer. Like, if... I'm sure at some point you guys have seen, like, photos or paintings or something where it looks as if the eyes are following you around the room, because the person's, like, looked directly down the lens of the character when the because the person's looked directly down the lens of the camera when the photo was taken, or the way it's been painted or drawn just makes it kind of look like the eyes are kind of staring right at you. Yeah, no, that shit's horrible for me. I can't. That stuff for me is like what looking at, like, I don't know, gore might be like for a very squeamish person, you know? No, I can't. And yet, that's a massive part of Welcome Home. Wally's whole thing is that this site's so pretty. I have so many ideas because of this site. But Wally's whole thing is eye contact. Like, in every picture, he's staring right at you. And I'm like, oh no, I don't like it, but I like you, but I don't like it. So it creates complicated feelings for me. But they've also confirmed, Clowns confirmed that Wally eats with his eyes, and basically a lot of the stuff that is going on with Wally is, spoopy eye contact. There's a lot of eyes hidden around. I'm not gonna go through everything and all the hidden stuff on the site. I would say if you want to do that, you could check out Nightmine's couple videos, or I'm sure there's a different video doing it. It's Wally! Oh, he's looking at me again. But, like, okay, I'm gonna bring up one of the spoopy pages, which, like, you can access. If you look at this site on mobile, Home doesn't look like this. Home is like this black void. But you can also find it if you click right below the house. So I'm gonna click below the house. It's gonna be a little bit spoopy. Uh-oh, Wally. But I'm sure everything's fine. But yeah, but there's some point. So the ARG elements are like, so finding clues and figuring out hidden stuff. So like, if you look down here, oopsie, I clicked on Julie. If you look at the bottom here, this X is like out of place. And there's a few letters like that around the website, and if you find all of them and then put them in a row, there's hidden pages on the website. If you go clownillustration.com/ and then all of these letters that are out of place on the various pages. Or like if you go on the guest book. All of these drawings are done by Wally, and they all have like file names. So like this person says, "Where am I?" And if you look at what the name of this file is, this little smile, it says it's called "With Me, Neighbor." Oh, Wally, why? But I love these little doodles. I love them so much. Or like if you go to the very first page of the guest book, you go all the way back, and you're like, oh, this is all empty. Uh-huh. Is it? Oh god, it's not gonna let me select. It's not gonna let me do it, is it? Oh no. I can't. Ah, there we go. Wait now. What is this? And it's messages from Wally. You're looking for me, silly, silly. You won't write back. And then we get to the actual... But there's not, like, there's already, like, stuff to find, but there's not loads to find because obviously it's only in its prologue. There's only a few spooky illustrations so far. I think it's way too early to be making theories about, like, are they sentient puppets? Are they humans who were trapped as puppets? Is Wally the only one who's, like, aware or real or whatever? Because the story for this is more than just here's a show. It's also like, there are human characters in this, which are the people uncovering this lost media who seem to be sort of possessed or compelled by some kind of force. But I mean, just look at the artwork gone into this. Like this little fake poster here. So we've got like a fake photograph with little cardboard cutouts of the characters. That's a real puppet that the artist has also made of Wally. There is a Wally puppet. And they have, this is a real sculpture of House that they've made and then also photographed and made this little fake poster. But there's so much art. Also, these two, Frank and Eddie, are no, they're pretty canonically gay. I mean, which I want to put, the artist is, I think LGBT, but at least the project, there's been like pride illustrations and stuff, but it's very implied that these two, the mailman and the grumpy bug man, have got feelings. Oh, it's Wally and he's looking at us. Wally, why? But there's so much art. I don't like it, guys, hold my hand. This one's fine, this is cute. See, everything's cute. It's so, oh. No. Like, it really turns my stomach every time I click on that one. Can you find him, guys? Oh, I'm gonna click on it. Look, it's Barnaby! Anyway, that was just to say what the hell Welcome Home is. And you should check it out. You should support the artist. I'll drop a link to Clown's website. But anyway, yeah, so I kind of also want to make a doll of Wally. I also want to make my own smile for me. Welcome Home OC. It's funny that I accidentally said Smile for Me, because the artist behind Welcome Home is a fan of Smile for Me and has drawn multiple pieces of fan art of Dr. Habit. I really want to draw Puppet Habit and Wally together. I think they're my best puppet boys, even though Wally's probably evil. But it's fine. But yeah. So I kind of also want to make a doll of Wally. I don't know how I'd go about making, like, the trousers. Because everything on me and Julia is kind of, like, very simple clothing. I mean, it's not going to be simple to make, but all the clothing is just, like, grey shirt, black pants, black shirt, you know, like, all one colour. I don't have to worry about, I mean, I know my cape has a gradient, but I can always just paint that on. But Wally's got, like, a pattern on his pants. And I don't know how to approach this. Unless because I wouldn't be able to just sew loads of different coloured fabrics together. I think that'd make everything way too bulky. So I don't know what I would do unless I just buy white fabric and colour it by hand, like with markers. Don't know. I really want to. I already know what my Smile for Me OC would. Jesus Christ, Welcome Home OC would be. And there's a load of people on TikTok and Tumblr who already have Welcome Home OCs. Obviously mine's gonna be a vampire, but I was trying to think what. I've seen other people who've made. Because you gotta think, well, what would they do on the show? And some people have made OCs who are like doctors and nurses whose segments would be about like health, or characters who do like singing and performing. Obviously, I want to make a vampire boy, but I was like, well, what would he do? And my first thought was like, what if he taught kids about like, make fabric that has stripes and patterns, maybe find one with a smaller pat. Thank you for the first time chat. Thank you for contributing. See, yeah, that was my thought, is like, I could probably find striped fabric, but I would need the print to be very small. Yeah. I could probably find one that's I could definitely find similar striped fabric. Would I find one with a print small enough? Maybe? I guess I'm being very picky and I kind of want, like, the exact colours, you know? And it's probably gonna be impossible unless I get it custom printed, and you can get fabric printed. I have had fabric printed before, but it's very expensive. The other option would be, like, to buy that, like, you can get, like, paper that you print on, and then you can transfer it onto fabric with, it's like an iron-on transfer paper. I've never used that stuff before. I know, like, that stuff can peel. Like, not sink into the fabric that good, and it can start peeling. That is a concern. But I can always have a look. Thank you for the idea. And welcome in, and thank you for the first time chat. Ah, my brain forgot where I was. Oh, welcome home overseas. Yeah. So, my first thought was, like, if I made, like, a vampire OC, like, what would he do? My first thought was, like, I liked the idea of him, like, trying to teach kids about, like, either mental health or, like, getting over their fears and stuff, because I like the idea of the character's gonna be, like, really shy, but because people see him and he's, like, a vampire, they get really scared of him, and everyone's kind of, like, standoffish around him a bit. But then it's like, no, look, see, there's nothing to be scared of. He's actually really sweet and shy. But then I was thinking a show in the 60s probably wouldn't have a mental health segment. And I don't really know how much really you could have, like, teaching kids about phobias. I mean, I thought I could always say he's a character that appeared in, like, a one-off Halloween special and then occasionally, like, popped back up. Either that, or his segment would be, like, at the very end of the show, and his job would be to, like, read, like, a little bedtime story. And I thought that idea was cute, too. Like, he'd read, like, a tiny little fairy tale or nursery rhyme or fable or something at the end of the episode. I don't know. But it's not what I'm working on right now. So, well, I wasn't sure if before I actually switched to the hand cam and actually get some sculpting done, if I want to draw out the plans for Wally. Which is why I have this document open. Oh shit, which one's the final? That guy who has 4... He does! He's a caterpillar! He's got 4 legs and 4 arms. He's a caterpillar man. So there's some funny times there with Frank, who's an avid bug hunter. Spying on... A lot of fans have been drawing fan art of, like, him, like, spying on, this guy whose name I can't remember, and I feel bad that I can't remember his name. Like, being real suspicious of him, wondering if he's gonna turn into a butterfly. Howdy, that's his name, he runs the general store. He's a caterpillar. He runs a bodega. And we got Eddie, who's the mailman. He's called Eddie Deer. This is so fucking cute. We got Eddie Deer. I think Howdy's just called... He's called Howdy Pillar. We got... Barnaby B. Beagle. We got... Frank Frankly. I love that Frank is best friends with Julie. Like, it's canon that him and Julie are best friends, even though, like, he's super grumpy. I'm like, I love him being friends with, like, the pretty girl. But it's either canon or not super confirmed, but, like, I mean, there's loads of Valentine's illustrations of the two of them, like, hanging out. So I think it's pretty much canon that Frank and Eddie are a couple. Especially since someone sent an ask on the on Clown's Tumblr, like, I hope Frank and Eddie have a good pride, and it was like, and so they drew the two of them together, so. Frank's an avid bug hunter. Or what's the word if you're into butterflies? There's a word for it. Fuck. I can't think of the word. Anyway, he likes studying and collecting butterflies. And he's best friends with Julie, and he's Eddie's boyfriend. It doesn't say that on here, but there's bonus illustrations where you're like, oh, okay. We got Julie Joyful. She's like a little troll girl. She's got tiny little horns. I'll try and find the illustration of her and her siblings as well. I love the design of her siblings. We got Sally Starlet. And Tomato might just be bugs. It's maybe I want to say it's like Lepidopterus. What is it called? Butterfly. Lepidopterist! Hey! I pulled that out of somewhere in the back of my head. So yeah, Lepidopterist if you collect butterflies and or moths. There you go. So Sally Starlet, we got the like the theatre. She's the theatre kid. It's the theatre kid. We got Poppy Partridge. She's a big bird. Not the big bird. She's a big old chicken. She's baked little cookies. And then, of course, Wally Darling. He likes to paint. He's the friendliest one. But then there's also Home. So Wally's house, which is called Home, is also classed as a character and is seemingly, I mean, Home's eyes move, so I guess Home is alive. Wally's, I guess, kind of like the Kermit of Welcome Home. Like, it's an ensemble, but he's the main character. He's best friends with Barnaby. Rag! My alerts were a little bit late. Hello, come in. Oh god, greetings Dark One. I now formally request an interesting fact from you. Oh goodness, thank you for the resub. Thank you for 6 months. I am not full of interesting facts. I don't know what counts as an interesting fact. Breath of Angel, thank you so much for the follow and for becoming one of my children of the night. Anything? I don't like being put on the spot. I don't do well with broad questions. Makes my brain freak out. It's like, you know when you're like at school and you're like, it's like a new school year or something and they make you do like icebreaker tasks? Hate. Like, where someone goes, tell me something about yourself. I'm like what? That's like the worst question I could possibly be asked. Like, you could be more specific. Should we... A drawing fact? Some drawing... I'm gonna close Wally down so he doesn't stare at me anymore. I don't know, sorry. I'm not good with like broad questions or being like put. No, it's just those kind of questions make me really uncomfortable and so I'm not good at just like, give me a fact. I can't. My brain doesn't do good with really broad questions. And like being put on the spot to just like come up with something. I don't know if you class that as like improvising. But yeah, no. I'm not good at just like coming up with ideas and with things on the spot. I have to do a lot of planning and stuff. I would have said that my favorite color is red. Well, but I wouldn't have known if that would have counted as. It just it kind of sends me down like an anxiety spiral of like, I don't know what is an appropriate or what is a good answer. If like a question doesn't have like a clear like right answer, like a singular answer, I'm not good with them. Oh, it's over here. Oh, I was saying. Which, I meant, for anyone just coming. Oh. Cue the cats, thank you for the first time chat. Sorry to jump back to a previous conversation, but if you have an inkjet printer, I know people who have printed directly onto fabric. Oh, interesting. That seems dangerous to just put fabric in. My printer sometimes can't even coat with paper. That's interesting. I did not know you could do that. It is an inkjet printer. Would you, but I assume, I googled my brand of printer with printing on fabric. It looks like there's a printer that is specific for it, which is not the printer that I have. I would think, wouldn't you need to kind of like tape it to like a piece of card or something? Otherwise I think it would just, wouldn't it just get like eaten? Someone here's using freezer. I've never heard of freezer paper. And then they're ironing the fabric to the freezer paper. And then they can print on it. Huh. Hi, Gala, welcome in. Like stick it. Yeah, it looks like the specific paper that you have to iron it to. I don't know if I'm able to get my hands on that kind of paper. Okay, it has to be freezer paper. I've never heard of freezer paper. What's freezer paper? It's like plastic coated paper. Well, I guess obviously it's meant for going in a freezer, but it seems like a lot of people use it for sewing. Huh. It's a transparent, like greaseproof paper, but with a thin layer of plastic only on one side. Interesting. And it seems like you don't have to have a specific printer for it. It's kind of a bit terrifying though. To get a piece of fabric and then cut it down to size and then iron it onto essentially kind of like plastic paper and then put it like, because if it doesn't work, I use this printer for work, and if I break this printer I'm gonna be fucked. So I'm a little nervous. It's not the best printer in the world. I'll keep the idea in mind. I mean, thank you for letting me. I'd never heard of this stuff before. Sorry, I'm behind on chat. Oh. Train him in the ways of the mud wizard. Oh. Hi, Kai. Was it baking sheets? All my snowman moves in the snowman make no bakes. Yeah, I'll keep them in mind. I haven't heard of them before, so that's interesting. Forgot to mention the little Alexander I got with my dicey dice. Aww. I'm glad you managed to find something that you liked. Which, yeah, Gala was referring to the fact that we went to Comic-Con last week, hence why no streams last weekend. The teeny tiny little pin of Alexander from Elden Ring. I'm very proud I didn't buy a single dice set because there was no need. There's no need, I don't play, so what's the point? It was so cute though. My friend Amy ended up buying a couple sets. The teeny tiny dice were so adorable. Ugh. Thank you for the rest of that. How was Comic Con? Comic Con was good! I had photos ready to share in case people showed up and asked. It's nice because it's just like the one time I get to like see my friends because we all live like in the completely different ends of the country, and by mostly it's me living up north and everyone else living down south. So March and July is when we get to see each other for Comic Con. The group of friends that I go to con with I met a year ago because a bunch of us were going. We were all going to the con, but we were all going like individually, but a lot of us were going on our own, and we wanted to hang out with a bigger group, or just at least one of the persons, so we were like in the Facebook group for the con mentioning like, hi, I'm coming in like an Arcane cosplay, and I don't know anyone else. And then people responded to the post that I made, and then I met people and I made friends. Hi Valentine, and now we stay in touch and we meet up, and we have our own little Discord server. It makes me really happy. Well, we didn't all do the same cosplays this year. This year we were all just whatever we wanted. I went as Julian from the Arcana, which is a visual novel game, if anyone is familiar. Oof. Where were we? There we are. I was so nervous taking solo photos inside the car. I got way more photos this year than I did last year. I'm very happy. My one mission was like, I want to actually get photos, like solo photos, because all that we kind of had last year was like group shots, which don't get me wrong, also makes me very happy. We didn't get as many group photos this year. I was the only one who was like remembering like, can we take a selfie while we're all here together, or like, one of my friends' partners was kind enough, and sometimes Gala as well were kind enough to be our cameramen. And I'm happy like when we get like photographers at cons are so sweet. There's always like a lot of like guys with actual professional cameras who come around and ask if anyone wants photos. So I'm happy I managed to get a couple. So we got stopped by a guy. There was so many nice Puss in Boots cosplayers that I met and chatted with, and they were so sweet. I won't share photos on stream here that have other people in, because that would be, I feel that would be weird to share people's faces on stream that I don't have permission to share on stream. But if any of you guys follow my main Safe for Work Instagram, all my con photos and cosplay photos get posted over there. If you guys behave yourself and are nice. My main like cosplay and art stuff is on Empty Masks on Instagram. But I'm not gonna show like other people's faces on here, because they haven't, like, whenever we take photos at cons, we know that we're gonna put them on like Instagram and socials and stuff, but I'm not gonna put them on here. But yeah, I was happy, and then I got some like photos outside as well. Yeah. There was a Care Bear store. This is the best con. Purely because this existed. Like, you kidding? But wait, it gets better. Because we went there early in the morning, and then the lady who was at the store was like, oh, if you guys come back later, we're gonna have 2 giant Care Bears. And lo and behold, I thought they meant like statues. They didn't mean statues. They meant like people in suits. And the people who were at the Care Bear store were really sweet, and they were giving like free posters and stuff, so now I have free Care Bears poster. And free Care Bears marshmallows. I was so surprised I found another Arcana cosplayer. Oh my god, I met them and they were so sweet. Well, they were cosplaying Vexalia from Critical Role on the Saturday, but we got talking and she was like, I'm gonna come as Azra tomorrow. I'll try and find you. And then I was like texting, and from like across the street, she just like sprinted. She's like, I saw you from inside. I just look up and this just tackles me. She's like, I saw you from inside and I ran all the way around because we gotta get photos together. I love meeting new people at con. But yeah, I had a good time. Let's close these down. Yeah. But what we're doing now is I'm going over like dolls that I'm gonna start making of myself and my partner and mod Julia, and I want to make one of Wally from Welcome Home. I'm not explaining what Welcome Home is again because I just did all that. If you want to go back and watch the VOD later, you're welcome to. But this art here on the side, this colourful art, is not my art, it is by Clown Illustrations. It's just up here as like a reference for me. Because I kind of also want to make a doll of this little fella. But I wasn't sure if before I switched to any hand cam for me to get some sculpting done, do I want to draw Wally's designs out? Because the way that I'm planning on doing the faces is a little bit inspired by some people on Instagram who customize plushies. So there are people who will like buy plushies, cut the face off, and then make like a new face out of clay. And whereas like people who I'd seen who have done dolls like this with clay faces either just paint the features on or kind of carve the features into the face. I don't want to do that. What I'm thinking of doing is actually making the eyes as like separate little pieces of clay and then sticking them on. Same with the eyebrows. The mouths will be painted on, but the eyes and the eyebrows I kind of want to do as a separate little piece and then pat them onto the head. Why isn't my... There we go, now my pen's moving. Okay. Would this be easier? Actually, probably be easier if I opened up this page. I'm just thinking before I get started, I haven't had the chance. It's been an hour and we've just been talking and catching up, but... well, so... Okay, we'll briefly explain Welcome Home again. Welcome Home is an ARG, alternate reality game, that is an art project by Clown Illustrations, aka Party Coffin. And the idea of the story is that someone has found... Even within the story, right? So within the story, someone has discovered this lost media, which is this show called Welcome Home that was a puppet show in the 60s. All of this is fictional. This isn't a real puppet show in the 60s, but the story is that it is like this lost media show that these people are uncovering. That seemingly is like, what a happy, nice show. Look at these happy, nice characters. That were like a puppet show, but there was also like 2D artwork made for them at the time, perhaps 2D animated segments in the show. But it is a horror ARG. Not everything is as it seems, so if the illustration and stuff looks cool, I will link to Clown's website. Let me go back. So, ARG, alternate reality game, for those who are not familiar, are... Well, it can come in various forms. It could be a web series, it could be a comic. In this case, it's a website. The game aspect is that there will be things hidden within the project, whether that be, maybe like codes in a video, or like hidden URLs in a website, hidden links, things you can click on that didn't look like you would be able to click on it. audio in a video that if you play in reverse, it says something else, you know. So there's like a mystery aspect that the viewer can solve. I will read out the trigger warnings again for Welcome Home. Welcome Home is only currently in its prologue stage. It's not gone into the main story yet. It has recently had like a boom of interest because the YouTube channel Nightmind covered it in a video. It has been up and been updated for a couple years now. This one on the website I think has been up for about 6 months. But since Nightmind covered it, the hit count on the website's gone from about... when Nightmind was looking at it in his video, it said 5,000. It's now at 800,000. So Clown is quite overwhelmed with the amount of attention it's getting and is taking a little hiatus, but I hope they're doing okay. Trigger warnings for Welcome Home. Some of these aren't anywhere yet because the story's only in its prologue state, but these are things that, if they're not already on the website, they will be added to the website. So that is eyes, eye contact or staring, aka scopophobia, unreality or derealization, gore, puppets, mannequins, heavy topics like death, isolation and mental health, auditory unease, and unpleasant sounds. But I love this website so much. I love it so much. And it's making me really want to do more with my own OCs. Yes, those ones are. They also have they've done a bunch of Muppets art. It makes me want to do like make a little website for my own OCs that is a website that makes it seem like my OCs are actually real. Hello cat. Hello Frolly. He's probably evil, but I love him. The easiest thing to show in terms of the horror stuff on the website. So a couple things. Obviously there's not that much yet because it's only its prologue stage, so, but for people who haven't done AOGs before, so things like this X here being out of place, very suspicious. There's a bunch of letters like that on various pages, and if you pay attention to all of them and then type them all in a row in different orders, there's a bunch of hidden websites. Like if you have clowninsolution.com and then slash and you type in all these letters that are out of place, gets you to extra links and stuff with spooky videos and audios. If you look at the website and think, doesn't Home look a little bit out of place? Because Home is a sentient character. The other houses aren't. But you're like, wow, Home sure does look... And like how when I zoom in and out, Home almost looks like something that's been slapped on top of the map. Yeah. Like... if we're zoomed in like this, everything looks fine, right? But if we keep zooming in, there's some kind of black above Home. Or if we zoom out, some kind of black starts peeking out from behind Home. If you view the website on mobile view, Home isn't there and you can see what this is. I think if I zoom out, if you zoom out or in far enough, you can also, there it is, find it on the desktop view. Oh! Oh no! There's something under Home. There's like a black void with a spiral in it. But if you click on each of the houses, you get like the little introduction for the character. But if you click on the void that's spilling out from Home, uh-oh. But if you guys want to explore, you're free to explore Welcome Home all on your own sim. Or watch Nightmind or someone else's videos that's covered it. I will link to clan illustrations. If you want to get to the Welcome Home website from clan's portfolio site, there's a link at the top that says About Welcome Home. Yeah, Clan's got a bunch. They've made Wally as a real puppet. They got Muppets fan art. What more could you want? But I like Wally, and I really want to make a little doll of Wally. He's probably evil, but so. Time, thank you so much for the first time chat. You're in class right now. Be careful. Don't let him catch you. I don't want to be responsible for you getting in trouble. I hope by class you mean like university class, because just a reminder, because we've had quite a few first time chatters, that these streams are 18 plus only because of the content that I do make. And for my own comfortability, because I'm 24 and it'd be really weird if I talked to children, to be honest. Have I got a better... I should get a better picture of... By better picture, I just mean like higher quality picture of Wally. So that I can draw out the little plan for him, and then... Oh, in the wrong folder. And I can switch to the hand cam. I have everything set up. My webcam balance is okay on my tripod, so everything's fine. We're the same age? Won't be for much longer. I was realizing, I'm like, oh, my birthday's coming up, what do I want? But I think I'm just gonna ask for the Lancer plush from Deltarune, because I've wanted him for so long and he went out of stock, but now he's back in stock. And then just because we have like a set like budget like my parents spend on us every time, and I'll just be like, can I have this, and I'll have the rest of it just as money, because I'll probably put the rest of it towards my next cosplays. Which, so what I want to do for the next MegaCon, which there's a Comic Con in the US called MegaCon, and there's also a Comic Con in the UK called MegaCon. I really wish they hadn't named this one MegaCon. Technically it's called MegaCon Live, but everyone just calls it MegaCon. It makes it really confusing when you're searching like hashtag MegaCon or MegaCon 2023 trying to find all the cosplayers that you met, and all that comes up is like MegaCon Orlando, because this— why did they— MegaCon Orlando's been going for way longer. It's the one over here that like picked the same name and didn't think that might be a bit of a problem. And like, it's not a problem like legality wise, but it's a little bit annoying. But anyway, because the July one is a location that's a lot closer to me, it's a lot easier for me to travel. It's a shorter journey, because getting to the other one is such a fucking pain. I have to take 3 different trains, and my god, the trains they're so busy. Like, my suitcase is small enough that it fits in the overhead, but it's also small enough that like it's hard to even just bring one cosplay because it's so small. If I wanted to do a different cosplay different days, I would need to get a bigger suitcase, or if I just wanted a cosplay that has more pieces. Because the only way that Julian fit, like, all I had of the cosplay in my suitcase was the jacket and the wig. I wore the coat, I wore the boots, I wore the trousers. And that's what I have to do with cosplays, is I have to wear as much of it as I possibly can so that everything fits. And it's annoying, because even then, like, the trains are just so busy. Like, there is not enough luggage room on trains. Like, I can lift my suitcase into the overhead, but if I get a bigger suitcase, which I would like, because my suitcase only has 2 wheels, I would really like one that has 4, so I don't have to, like, be stretching behind me to pull it behind me. I'd like a 4-wheeled one that I can just have at the side of me. And I'd like it to be bigger, so that I could bring 2 cosplays. That would be really nice, or even just a slightly more complicated costume. But if I brought a bigger suitcase, it would not fit in the overhead. which is fine. There's luggage racks on every train at the end of the carriage. Yeah, they're always full. Unless, like, you get on the train where it starts, like if the train is starting in a certain location, like if the train is setting off from London, then you can kind of fight your way to be the first on board. The luggage rack's going to be empty. But if it had like 3-5 stops before it got to London, good luck. When I was going down on the way to Comic-Con, I mean the middle train was so packed, people had just started leaving their luggage in the middle of the aisle. Like, the luggage racks were completely full. So people had just been like, oh, fuck it. And they were just chucking and leaving their suitcases down in the aisle. And people were having to physically climb over them. And no one was doing anything about it. I mean, but where else is people going to have the luggage? But my thought was, well, at least, you know, the other con is only like an hour away. On the train. So I can, more than an hour. Okay, a bit more than an hour, but it's not like 3 hours like the other con is. It's a shorter ride, and I'm like, well, if it comes to it, I'll get myself a bigger suitcase, and I'll just put it in the, like, in-between carriages where the door is, and I'll just sit on my suitcase and make my own seat that has luggage. But it'd be really nice to be able to take 2 costumes. Because the one plan that I had that I really, really, really wanted to do, I really want to cosplay D from Vampire Hunter D. No one will recognize me because Vampire Hunter D is, like, not very well known outside of Japan. It is a series of novels, but has had a couple anime film adaptations and a couple video games. I want to cosplay D so bad, and I wouldn't have to wear a wig, and it would just make me feel cool because I love Vampire Hunter D so much, and D from Vampire Hunter D and Alucard from Castlevania are, like, peak gender, and, like, the reason that I was able to be comfortable in my gender expression and in my appearance and stuff. But I wouldn't cosplay Alucard for the next con because it's in the summer, and if I do want to cosplay Alucard, but I really want to do his not the cartoon costume, but the costume from the Symphony of the Night video game, which is a lot more complex, and also there's a wig involved, and so I don't want to do that for a summer con. That'd be better. That'd be better for a different time of year. But D, I wouldn't have to wear a wig, as much as there is, like, a cape and a big hat, but I wouldn't have to wear a wig. So I'm considering that. I would have to make most of D's costume, but that's fine. Me with cosplay is I do whatever's cheapest. If it's cheaper to make it, then I'll make it. And if it's cheaper to buy it, then I'll buy it. Like, Julian, I made the jacket, but the coat and the trousers and the boots I bought. When I did my Winter Soldier cosplay, I made most of it. I made the jacket and the arm and all the props and stuff. I love making props. I didn't get to make any props for Julian. Whereas, like, Victor, I bought it. But then I, like, made his little shoulder arm thing. So with D, I don't think, I haven't checked, but I doubt there'd be any kind of eBay, AliExpress people, selling it. But I'd probably, like, buy a hat, and then I just have to make it bigger because it's fucking massive. But I don't know what I'd do as well, because he has a long sword. Either I just have to make it shorter than it actually is. Or I don't make the sword. I would really like to. It's how to travel with it, but we'll see. And then the other cosplay that I'm considering for the summer is Loki, specifically the Thor the Dark World costume, because that's my favorite costume of his. It is very similar to his, like, Avengers Assemble costume, but it is slightly different. I think it looks better. I want to do that. And that would be a cosplay I'd be able to buy, but then I would probably make my own pieces, because if you buy that costume, the armor pieces are going to be, like, fabric. I don't want them fabric, I'd rather they be cardboard or foam, so I probably would remake my own armor pieces for it. But then I'm like, I want it to be interesting that, like, Loki is a character that has meant a lot to me and I've wanted to cosplay since I started cosplaying when I was 17. I'm like, what would I do? Like, quiz! Thank you for the 10 months. I will view too. We're just talking about cosplay. Because my go-to when I've attempted and then never finished making Loki costumes in the past is I'll just make his daggers. He doesn't have any. The only props he has in Dark World, if I wanted to match the props, would either be his daggers or the like. At the start of the movie, the like handcuff neck chain thing. Or I make a prop that's not from Dark World, like the Avengers staff or the Tesseract. I don't really want to make the stuff though, but I'm like, I want it to look cooler than I just bought a Loki cosplay off AliExpress, you know? So I'll have to think about it. So Loki would be a cosplay that would be probably less effort to make. I would get recognized a lot, but I wouldn't feel as cool in it. I don't know. Whereas D, I would feel a lot cooler, but no one will know who the fuck I am. But I'm trying to let go of that. Like, I had so much fun at con. And really, to me, now that I have like a group of friends that I hang out with, and I always get photos with, and are willing to take photos of each other, it's not a necessity. Like, when I first started cosplaying, I wanted people to recognize who I was, and I wanted people to want photos of me, but now I'm like, oh, it doesn't matter. I'll get photos with my friends, or I'll get photos of me on my own. And as long as I get photos, I'm not really fussed anymore. I don't care anymore whether other people, strangers, recognize me and stop me for photos or not. Like, now that I have friends to hang out with, that's all I really care about doing. So I'd happily go as run by Hunter D and have no one recognize who I am. I always did Loki with you as I find your essay first. Oh goodness. On my main Empty Masks YouTube, I have a like 1.5 hour long video essay criticizing the gender fluid and trans representation in the Loki series, because it is really transphobic. It's not good representation. But most people just kind of like didn't notice because they don't know enough about like real gender fluid people. And I just wish the show honestly hadn't made him gender fluid in the show, because it was not done well at all. But Loki being like gender fluid in the comics was the way that I was able to figure out that I was trans, that I am trans. When we did cosplay groups, that was the first time I just got stopped for pictures. Or when I say cosplay group, I mean I won't be matching with anyone else in my group. But I think, yeah, if you cosplay, yeah, you just cosplay really obscure things, it made it extraordinary when someone recognizes you. I honestly expected no one to recognize me as Julian, because the Arcana's not that well known. It's definitely more well known than Vampire Hunter D. But yeah, I was very surprised. It made it so much, yeah, it definitely was more like, holy shit, when people would like, but photo-wise, I just like to have photos, and I've realized now, like, now that I have friends who will willingly take photos of me, I don't give a shit whether strangers come up and recognize me. You know? Like, it's nice when professional photographers, like... But most professional photographers, if it's, like, the proper guys who go around with the cameras, the videographers and photographers tend to stop people who they think are cool. They don't necessarily stop people who they know who their costumes are. They just stop anyone who looks impressive to take photos of and film. But I really only care about, like, getting photos of my friends. As long as I have some photos, I don't mind who takes them. I don't care if it's my friends taking them or whether it's a stranger. So I don't think I care as much about getting recognized anymore. It is always, like... There's a group in the UK called the 86th Floor. They're really sweet. They film cosplay music videos at every con they go to. They've filmed enough for, like, 2 music videos at the con I was just at. Some of my friends made it in. I didn't see them the entire time, because it turns out most of the videographers and photographers were hanging around in this upstairs area that I didn't know existed. I didn't know that's where all the cosplayers had gone off and hung out at. So I'm a bit like, oh. But we got filmed by them. We got filmed by them last year. In 2022, when we were all, like, outside having an Arcane cosplay meet. And that was, it was crazy. There's a cosplay music video with me in. What the fuck? And I think to be able to be in one of those again would be really exciting, but I need to just, like, forget about that and not really care. Like, it's always nice when you're in a cosplay music video, but I need to not be disappointed if I don't get filmed for one, you know? Tired. I had to get up early so I could ring the doctors this morning. Right, I'm not gonna get onto sculpting on stream. I'm excited for you, Ali. I hope we have a lot of fun. Like, post-con, I get nervous before con every single time. Like, the worst part of con for me, the bit that I hate, is I hate, like, walking from the hotel to the con. Like, when I'm not in the con area in costume, when I'm just, like, out on the street, I'm like, no. Like, I hate that part. I hate the travel between the hotel and the con. But at least with these cons, the hotel's never that far. So I'm like, and also I'm with a group, so I'm like, if anyone looks at me funny, at least they're looking at all of us funny, you know? At least it's not like people who, like, get into costume and then go on a train or, like, a subway or a bus to get, like, go on public transport in cosplay to get to the con are braver than I could ever possibly be. Like, I hope you have lots of fun, Ali. I hope you have money left in your pockets. I don't know if you're like me. I spend all my money at Artist Alley. And very happily, so. I got pictures of my haul. Let me go see. I haven't posted my hauls yet because I need to, like... I don't like showing them and not being able to tell you the name of every artist. Honestly, I got a lot of gifts though as well. I've never been to a comic con where it said, "Oh, Ali, I didn't know this was your first one. Oh my god, I hope you have fun." So this is my day one haul. The one thing that Julia asked me to keep a lookout for was ghost merch, as in the band Ghost, and I was like, no one's gonna have any ghost stuff. No one's gonna have any ghost stuff. And then lo and behold, the artist that I have spent so much money at, which is Holy Hand Grenade, H0LY Hand Grenade, who I would thoroughly recommend. I've bought so much stuff from her. They had ghost posters. So I got one of these for me and one of these for Juliet. We got the Hades boys about to smooch. We have Puss in Boots. I haven't put these on my wall yet. I'm so excited to put them on my wall. I have little ghost keychains of Terzo and Copia. I got a little ghost badge. I got a little D&D badge. Got Puppy Cat keychain. I've got some little cat pins of Geralt and Zagreus. I love this person's pins. I already have the cat pins of Loki and Jinx. So now I have Geralt and Zagreus as well. I have another. This is from this and the stickers are from Occult Trash. I always spend so much at Occult Trash's store. So we got another Puss in Boots. We got Fucked Her for trans rights and a submissive and breedable sticker. We've got an Izzy Hands apologist badge. Little Puss in Boots badge. Got Moon Knight. Finally, I got some more Transformers blind boxes. Care Bear's print was like free from the Care Bear store. They were giving them out. Got a little Draculaura Monster High keychain. A little Moomin's pin. Little Moomin stickers. These froggy headbands have been at every con I've been to and I never got one and I caved. I know. Do you like that I have Moomins and also one that says submissive and breedable? And I have some little random things. People, I always make stickers of the character that I'm cosplaying and give them out as freebies to anyone who like comes up and wants a photo with me. And some people traded me. So there was someone who was cosplaying the VTuber Vox Akuma, like traded me this little lollipop that has like a fucking meme stuck to it. And then a Sundrop cosplayer from FNAF traded me a glitter glue stick. It was very sweet of them. They didn't have to give me glitter glue. I was like, are you sure? They were like, I've got so much. It was so sweet. And then that's my Saturday haul. I didn't get much for me on Sunday. My Sunday haul was small. My Sunday haul, I got a couple little prints. Got Marshall. I got Wirt. And then that little box is a little blind box by an artist called Sophia Liu. Inside it has a little pin, a little sticker, and a little bio card of these little, like, mushroom guys. She called them, like, Adopt a Mushling. They were so cute. They were so cute. I don't think I have any photos of it open, sadly. I have opened it. I got the little grumpy one. I'll show you guys what I got for it. Everyone already knows what I got them. I give up 2 weeks stream for work. That's okay. It's okay. Let's say I didn't buy stuff. I hope we have fun filling the sticker book. So this is all the stuff for Julia. She asked for ghost cows and puppy cat. And boy, did I find a lot of puppy cat. So we've got some dragon stickers, cow stickers, Moomins, puppy cat, this little frog butt badge, and more puppy cat. So that's all for my partner. And then for twitch.tv/Cryik, I got us matching Moon Knight pins, so I'm keeping the Moon Knight one, like the Mr. Knight one, and then Cry's getting the Stephen Grant one. It's got little chocolates, it's got a little Laters Gators, it's got the little goldfish, the little capybara bookmark. We've got this giant fucking capybara pin. It's so big. We got Yakuza. We got Sesshomaru. We got Kitty Cat Sesshomaru from Inuyasha. Cannot be best art. Got a Black Panther and Loki poster along with a He-Man poster. Honestly, like, I would much rather get like a comic like a Artist Alley, like fan art print, than get like an official poster. That's Cry's loot. And then we got Chris's loot. A crystallized loot. There's a little... As soon as the artist put on Facebook that they had these, I was like, I have to go over Chris. I have to go over Chris. And then we went... She was the first store that we found, and we went over because my friend Amy wanted to buy one as well. And it is a little bit right. We got hand for scale. Little baby. And we were talking to her, and she was so sweet, and we were like, well, we had to come over, we saw your post on the Facebook group, and we just had to come over, and she was like, oh my god, you guys are so sweet, and she was like, because you guys are so nice, I'm gonna show you my secret stash. So she pulled a box, out from under the table that had different coloured dragons in, and she was like, these are the ones with the fancier colours, and we're like, oh. And this one, I was gonna pick up one that had like purple and dark purple, and then out of the special box was this one which has purple, and you can't tell, but the gold actually has like glitter in it. I was like, can I have that one? She was like, oh, that's the only glittery one, and I was like, is it okay? Because I saw the purple and the gold, and I was like, there's Chris's colours right there. So I got the secret stash. Little dice guardian. That's so cute. I will bubble wrap him very well so that he survives his trip, or whatever gender you want to gender them, so that they survive the little trip. But anyway, I had to get a purple one to match Quiz. That's the loot, and I didn't spend all of my budget either. I gave myself a budget of. Because I save up money. Like, Comic-Con's the only time I leave the fucking house, okay? So I save up and I let myself have a budget of like £200, and I did not spend £200. I spent quite a bit less. The most expensive item I bought was the ghost posters, were £12 each. Oh no, they were £12, but then I think I got 2 for 20. The death print then from Puss in Boots was like £12, and that's the most expensive item. Because also if you buy Artist Alley, like, a lot of what I bought was like £1, £2, like little stickers. Ugh. stretch. How long has it been? 1.5 hours? I haven't done any work yet. I can't pull my chair in all the way because of the tripod I have set up for my webcam. Chris wasn't here earlier, so Chris doesn't know what the Julia doll looks like. I'm making dolls of me and Julia. I let Julia request what kind of mouth, and I styled the stuff and what she wanted, and she wanted a kitty mouth. Oh, we don't have to talk about that. Julia wants a little cat doll. And she's got kind of little mischievous Angie eyebrows. But what I want to do, I don't know what layer everything is on. Oh, okay, no, that is got important stuff on. I should resave this before I go around deleting things. Jesus Christ. Okay. Thank you. We'll see if they look this nice once it gets to sculpt day. Not sure if it's like Clown Illustrations, like their website, or if it's Party Coffin, like their Twitch. Or like their Twitter, sorry. Why can't I find a link to their Twitch? What the hell? Oh, I think it's on their... I think Tumblr's where they have actually, like, all of their links. I found their Twitch somehow. How did I find their Twitch? I can't find the link for it now. I feel like I'm going insane. I didn't imagine that they had a Twitch, right? Oh no. Yeah, they have a Twitch. I just now can't find the username. Well, whoopsie. I'm sure somewhere on Twitch you can see a list of everyone that you follow, but I'm not exactly sure where that is. I know you can see, like, following like takes you to people who've streamed recently, and I don't know how recently they streamed. Oh wait, I can hit channels. Oh. Okay, well either I forgot to give them a follow, or they deleted their Twitch. It's much more likely that I'm silly and I forgot to give them a follow. So, even when his mouth closed, it is quite wide. We'll see if I have enough room to get the whole thing on there. Because I'm doing the eyes very low down. Of course, I don't know. Ooh, why aren't they drawing? Oh. Because I'm not on the right colour. There we go. But how wide is it going to be too wide? There we go. Look at this little Muppet man. Oh my god, that's so stupid. That's what he looks like. It's like a little frog mouth. I think, yeah, he does look smug. I'm glad. That's what he deserves to look like. Oh goodness. That's not the eye shape though. I don't think we're gonna go for the flat lids. I might do like a completely different eye shape than I've done on mine and Julia's. I might be wrong, maybe Pony Coffin doesn't have a Twitch. Or maybe they did and they got rid of it, because I've seen posts where they said I drew this on stream today. And there's tweets they made asking people like how to set up. Oh, they stream on Pictaro. I'm not that familiar with Pictaro. I think Pictaro is kind of, it's like live streaming, but kind of like just for like art. I knew I wasn't going insane that they live streamed. I was like, they must do it somewhere, right? I thought I saw something. So stupid. Oh my goodness, okay. Hi, Bike! So many resubs today. Thank you so much for subscribing at tier 1 and for the 3-month streak. I'm doing some fan art. And then hopefully also a bit of sculpting after this. No eyebrows for you, Wally. Shit. Oh no, don't turn it upside down. It looks so sad. Okay, and then I just like to have like keep like the different options, even though I know these aren't the two that I'm going with, just so I can compare. Slide that along. Let's try and get his eye shape down. It's almost like it's at an angle. Just kind of keeping it really faint so I can see what size roughly I need to draw it. Like that. And he has a little bit of an eyelid. And then his pupil's kind of free floating. It's not going to be like this because we've got to make sure that he's looking at you. I'm already terrified by what I have done. Oh, my scopophobia does not have fun with this thing, but I love him. Oh, no problem, Valentine. I might see you tomorrow. I'll be streaming tomorrow as usual every Saturday. For those who are new, I stream a Magma, which is a website that allows you to draw with other people. So I draw on a canvas with other people from my Discord and from my Twitch chat. I probably will end up drawing Wally. That's probably what's gonna happen. Oh, I flipped the other one. Oh, he's looking. Oh no. Wally, stop. And then I'll also draw him with the open mouth and see which one I like more. feel like it looks like him though, which is good. I'm already horrified. Oh, I need to change that, so... Oh. I need to change that so it doesn't say Julia anymore. Oops, stabilizer's on, that's not gonna help me. Okay. See what it looks like if we open his little mouth? Oh god. Every time I look over at that one, I don't... I mean, and it says, you know, like, it could trigger scopophobia, or it will, and it's like, yeah. The warning's right there. I feel like this should be less. Oh shit. I should do that with a smaller eraser. Oh, speaking of, because we're listening to Deltarune music, those of you who are subscribed to Toby Fox's newsletter, there was a new newsletter this morning. He's collabed again with Itoki Hana and done this new song. It's gorgeous. The music video is gorgeous. So the artist who did the music video, it's, they look like hand-painted backgrounds. I don't know if they are. And then it's like 2D animation on top. It was all done by one artist. It's taken her 2 years. It's gorgeous, but like, warning, it does, towards the end go kind of horror and there's a little bit kind of blood and gore. And I wasn't prepared for that because on the website it has a trigger warning, in the email it didn't, and I didn't know, and I was like, oh, but I could tell, I'm like, oh, it's gonna go somewhere spooky. I'll drop a link if anyone's interested. It's called The Greatest Living Show. The song is in lyrics by Itoki Hana and vocals by Itoki Hana, so it is in Japanese, and then Toby Fox wrote kind of the story and the music. And they're coming out with a whole art book, which instantly I was like, a whole art book just for one music video? And then I watched the music video and I'm like, oh, I understand. I mean, it's taken her this artist is insane. I immediately went and followed them. Like, this was all done by one person. I won't show the super spoopy stuff, and I won't play the song, otherwise I'll get in trouble. One of my videos got copyright claimed, and I was like, one of my VODs, and I was like, which one? And it's because I played a little, like, one of the Smile For Me artists' short films, and it used a little bit of Material Girl by Madonna in it, and then I got in trouble. But see, that looks to me like as if it is, like, actually, like, oil or acrylic paints, like, hand-painted. Like, the backgrounds, but then it's got this, like, beautiful 2D animation. It's so pretty! But yeah, it gets a little bit spoopy and there's some blood and stuff at the end. I won't play the whole thing. And you should absolutely listen to it with the music, like you're supposed to. I just figured I'd give a few shots. It's like a spooky circus and there's a spooky ringmaster who I want to steal the gender of. Are you kidding? Are you kidding? But let's play a little bit. And if you guys are curious, and you're okay with a little bit of cartoon blood and gore, I'll drop. That's a long link, but I'll drop the link to the website. It is very pretty. As for like the actual Undertale Deltarune news in the music in the newsletter, not a lot. They're still working on chapter 3, but one of the few teasers they'd put out for chapter 3, which was the little Chris and Susie in the cowboy outfits, might actually not make it into the final game, sadly. I'm like, no! But what it looks like they're doing, so that they've finished chapter 3, they're just now working on translating it, so, could totally see Ambrose wearing something like that. I'm flattered! It definitely is his colour. Oh, he'd be very flattered. That request is very pretty. But what I'm thinking is what they're doing with Ultramoon, because it said in the. Sorry, I'm all smiley that you mentioned numbers. That they're working on translating it. I assume to Japanese. So what it looks like is instead of like releasing Deltarune and then releasing the Japanese translation, it looks like they're releasing the English and the Japanese all at once. So it probably, yeah, it makes sense that it's taking a bit longer. I'm getting more and more sad by the day that, like, Toby's saying that they want to finish like, the next 3 chapters all at once and then release them, a little, you know, spaced out, rather than working on 1 chapter and then releasing it, and then working on 1 chapter and releasing it, because when they do that, the time between each release is going to be longer. And I understand that, but I'm like, it feels like it's actually going to be even longer now. But then I have to remember, I think chapter 2 only came out... No, did it come out in 2021? Chapter 1 came out in, like, 2018? I think. Yeah, so Toby's plan is, because obviously chapter 1 and chapter 2, he worked on chapter 1 and then released it, he worked on chapter 2 and then released it. But then he said what he wants to do is maybe like make like 3, 4, 5 all at once. And then release them. But obviously it looks like it's going to take even extra time now, because it looks like that they are translating it to Japanese to release it in Japanese and English at the same time. The Japanese translation, it's more than just directly translating it. They do also, like, there's a whole book about the translation of Undertale in Japanese. Like, they straight up change, like, references and stuff and jokes so that they make more sense, you know, in Japanese. Is it right that chapter 2 came out in 2021? I wanted to say 2022 and I'm like, that isn't right. So it's either 2020 or 2021. But he did say doing it this way would make the release time shorter, but I'm like, I don't think that seems right, does it? Yeah, chapter 1 was 2018. So when was chapter 2? I feel like I'm going insane. Yeah, 2021. So there were 3 years between chapter 1 and 2. It doesn't feel like it's gonna be less than 3 years until chapter 3, to be honest. But I guess we'll see. Yeah, I'm actually taking out. I feel like I drew too much eyelid. Make his people a little bit bigger. Okay, then we'll get rid of the other eye and replace it with this one. We might not get onto any handcam stuff, we'll see. It'll be my first time actually doing, ooh, that's not really work with the handcam on. The only time I've had handcam on before was to show you guys like art books that I had. It'll be annoying because the tripod's right here and like in my way. If I then don't get around to using it. I guess I could move it. I don't want to move it out the way until I need it because it's in the perfect spot right now. But I have to stop streaming at a specific time because it's not me who's making dinner tonight. Okay, let's see what happens if we open his mouth. Like, how much do we want to open the mouth? Maybe just a little bit. How much does it open on the other art? Okay, it's closed up here. Oh, and in that art, he's got quite the lidded kind of gaze. I do like that look. That look makes him look less creepy. But I mean, I guess he's supposed to look. I guess he's supposed to look a little creepy. You can see now that I didn't make this even. Why am I missing a head from this round? Oh. What is happening? I actually kind of like the close mouth more. We'll see about if I give him, like, he's got a real kind of heavy lidded thing going off here. I'm going to need to redraw the mouth, aren't I? It's so visibly wonky. Might just even have to draw it halfway and then flip it. Yeah, I don't know if I necessarily want to do with his mouth open. Okay. See what happened if we didn't give him the scopophobia. Because maybe, as much as the scopophobia inducing face is what is more true, what is more accurate to canon, I don't want to trigger myself every time I look at it. I genuinely will have to, like, have him facing away from me at all times or I'll feel like I'm being watched. So something like happens if we do the eyelids from this art. Which are hard to see because it's quite blurry. It's not the biggest file, but... It's not as bad once the eye isn't floating at the top. You know, once there's a connection here, it's like, oh, that's so much safer. He looks safe now. Oh, no, he doesn't. Yeah, it's way easier for me to look at if I go with the heavy lids, which I think is what I'm gonna do. I know that it's not gonna be like the spooky he's looking at you look, but it's It's too spooky for me. Unless I make like alternate eyes and I have the eyes pop on and off with magnets. Which I could do. I've got plenty of magnets. I hate that I like that idea. I could actually do that with all of the dolls, because I was gonna make the eyes out of a separate piece and then put them on to the face. So like 3D. I could put magnets in all of them. And so then every doll has the option to have like different expressions. Oh no, that's more work, but I like that idea. Well, do I like making work for myself? Why would it let me? There we go. Oh, so that's not all on the same layer? I didn't realize. The face is only the thing that I really needed to plan out right now. If I wanted to skip ahead a little bit. Let's have a look at those shoes. The little Oxfords on. Take it to hydrate.
Some more of the real thing there, Fan, because I got you some and I won't be taking what is the sag for an answer. What is this?
I don't know how much water I've been drinking. Probably not enough. Let's see. This is kind of the shape I want for all of the feet. But it's just about. So for shoes, I'll just be making them a lot shorter, really. I know they don't really have toes, but that's the kind of art style I was going for this. The only thing I can compare it to. But I haven't found anyone else who ever read these comics when they were a teen or tween. I don't know how old it was. But there's an artist called Bleedman who had a comic book called Powerpuff Girls D, and another comic that was like they were like Cartoon Network characters, but kind of aged up to be like in high school, but from like a bunch of different Cartoon Network shows, like Powerpuff Girls and Dexter and Samurai Jack, and there was just a bunch of them, and Grim Adventures. Looking back, there was some weird shit in those comics. But the one thing that I always remember is like how the feet were drawn, which are always like this. Like there's your little Powerpuff Girls shoe and sock, where there's like no toes. Or well, I guess there's toe, or there is toes, but there's like no heel. It's just, you know. It's very not a normal foot shape. Oh, then how'd you go about doing the little stripe? I guess like that. Yeah, they'd be like permanently on their tiptoes. We're just going for stump legs. They've got stump legs. Can I give them all platforms, or am I actually gonna split off the heel? I think that's gonna make it really awkward. I think everyone gets platforms. Oops. I hate this thing. Go away. That language is gonna be fine, Windows, touch pen thing, whatever you are. It might be okay. And then the hands will be like the same, just won't have nail polish. I don't know if I drew hands without the nail polish. I hope I did on the other file, and I don't have to draw new hands. I didn't. Perchance did I draw the nail polish on a different layer? Nope. Wonderful. Why does it think that all of this is one layer? Oh. No, because I did a whoopsie. I didn't mean to hit merge visible, I just want to merge down. I'm just gonna erase the nail polish. It passes over. You are free. Without the nails, I'll leave the little lines on the inside so that I know which of these is which side the hands go. I don't know if I'll make Wally middle finger hands. I'll leave them on here, but I don't know if I will do that. They're kind of different hand types that I've, because that's another reason we do magnet hands. Then I can make different expressions, if you'd call them that. Poses. It's got like regular hands, fuck you hand, finger guns, peace sign. And roll fist. I was doing 3 fingers because that's just going to be a lot easier for the dolls, and it helps that I think Wally does have only 3 fingers anyway. Cartoons normally do. At least like more like childlike looking cartoons have 3 fingers. And I don't think Wally has any other accessories I would need to sculpt. I think everything else would just be fabric. He does have ears. You do have ears. But they're just regular shaped ears. but like no hats or chains or jewelry or anything like that. Oops. It's possibly the buttons, but that's something I'll think about later. So for now, I'm gonna grab his little face. Why don't let me? Right, oh my god, Photoshop. So it looks like if we draw in some hair. Uh-oh. Oh no. Did I hit F? It's fine. So we want to tidy up this line out around the face. Oh, this is going to bug me a lot. It's got the tiniest bit of a point to his chin. Oh, enjoy your pizza. Well, wish I was having pizza. And we have a leg. Keep the little Julie head so I've got an idea of like volume for the hair, like how tall. Obviously, Wally's hair's a lot taller. So what I want to do, I need to grab some of these lilies. One on the side of his head. Everyone's favorite pizza. I have a lot of like texture issues with food and a lot of tummy sensitivities, so just margaritas. The only pizza I can eat. Just plain margarita. Did I decide where I was gonna put the ears? That's a good question. I didn't draw any of the heads with the ears attached. That's not very helpful. Well, I guess we'll decide it now. Because normally where you put your ears is in line with the nose, but none of these are getting noses, so... I know I could like sculpt a little nose on. Like Polyps have little sculpted noses, even Funko Pops do, but I'm just not sure that they'll be as cute with the noses. If there's a nose, it'll be a very lightly sculpted bump. But I was thinking none of them were getting a nose, to be honest. Unless I choose to just paint like a little line, like a little anime nose line. So I can't really judge where the ears are gonna go based on the nose. I'll have to say like the top of the ear is kind of where the top of the eye normally is. I want to kind of keep them in the right place. Alright, Fang Titan. Take your time. Get some good pizza. There we go. Okay. One little ear. Two little ear. I probably want to sketch out the hair first. It's like, oh god, okay. Wally, why is your hair so big? But the spiral motif is like everywhere to do with Wally. I mean, like he draws it a lot, but then also like his hair is a spiral. Julie has food. His hair's where he hides his secrets. Honestly, it's big enough that you could hide pretty much anything you wanted in there. I think it's bigger than that. It's like as I'm putting my fingers down the screen. It's actually a little bit wider than his head. Oh boy. Okay. Like. It's like. Something. That's ridiculous, but that is it. I mean, that's what it is, though. Hi, Lily. I don't normally use. Oh, that's the wrong tool anyway. I was gonna say I don't normally use this, and then I clicked on the wrong one anyway. Alright. God, I'm not good at drawing circles. I guess this isn't a circle that has to be joined up, though. It kind of feels like it needs doing in one good long line. I mean, this is only like a guide for me to know what I'm sculpting. I guess how I draw it here doesn't really matter too much. A little bit squarish around the edges here. It's fine. It's just a guide. I don't want to spend all day like trying to change it. There's a little head. Get rid of the big illustration so I can more kind of get the colours from the flats up here. Yep, still on the stabilizer. Guys, you're gonna make me hungry, and it's not dinner for another 2.5 hours. Highlight color from there, maybe not. Can I get it from this one? So gradient. I mean, they tend to use the same colors all the time. Oh, I can grab it. It's fine. What about bagels now? I kind of missed. I'm not participating in the breakfast food conversation because I'm not really a foodie kind of person. I'm not ignoring you guys, I just don't have anything to add. Hey, Allie. Yeah, I've decided to give him like the this kind of eye rather than that spooky accurate eye. Because he scares me too much. Like, the point of Wally is, like, there's a reason why every one of Wally's official drawings on Tumblr has like a scopophobia trigger warning tag. And boy do I have scopophobia. And yet, I like this little guy. Even though he's like gonna trigger the fuck out of me. He's so uncomfortable. So I'm giving him, you know, this doll's gonna sit in my room. So if I give him eyes that are not like his regular expression, but he's been drawn in them sometimes. You know, like in this art here, and on the Valentine's Day art, he has like the droopier eyelids. So that's what I'm going with, because then I'll be able to bear to look at him without feeling uncomfortable in my own house. He's just a little guy. I mean, aww, he's definitely not evil. Oh god, just getting a close up on his face like that horrified me. Wally, why must you be this way? Oh, I'm sorry to hear about. Yeah, by the way, I didn't read your name out because I don't know how to pronounce it. If you have a nickname you want me to call you to any one of the first time chatters, do let me know. If not, I'm just gonna shorten your username to something that I can pronounce, like, I don't know how to say that first word, so I'm gonna call you Rude. Because unless you tell me, what you'd rather be called, and I'll do my best to remember. Fowlin? Is that, I got it? Is it Fowlin? Yay, okay. Sorted. Angel works for you? Awesome. Just call me Q. Thank you guys. I realized I forgot to say when people came in. I'm not the worst at remembering names, but sometimes my brain, you know. I was gonna say I didn't colour in his eyes, and then I remembered, wait, they are black, so it's fine. Let's just zoom out of that. Jesus, Wally. See, like, there's even one here. Where is it? There's even an eye here. Someone on the guest book asked, like, why do you like eye contact so much? And Wally replied with, so I can see you, neighbor, or something like that. Or like, so you will know I am looking at you, neighbor. That's what it says. It's like, oh, okay, Wally. We have a little man. PNG, please. Okay. So that's sorted, so now I actually know how I'm gonna do his little face. So now I could turn the cam on. No, please don't get self-conscious. I don't mind as long as people can, like, explain how to pronounce something. Which, I mean, once you explained it, I got it straight away. So I don't think you were bad at explaining it, either. I don't think it's too hard to pronounce. It's not how I would have guessed how to pronounce it. I was gonna go, like, Feolin, but once you've explained it, I'm like, oh, I get it. And I'll remember. I hope I'll do my best to remember. Means I have to commit and actually start sculpting, but that's the scary part. So I already actually have the armatures made. I won't be able to show all of them on Twitch, probably. I don't know. Will I get cancelled for showing naked armature, doll armatures on stream? Let me take my headphones off. I should probably move some of the stuff off my desk, and I should have thought about this beforehand. Just let me do that. I haven't baked them yet because I just figure I'll put as much in the oven as I can all at once. I've got kitchen foil because the idea, like, what a lot of people do in sculpting and what is probably better for me to do. So instead of just making a big solid ball clay head, which will be very heavy. Well, one, will be very heavy and weigh the doll down. And two, will use up a lot of clay. And the shit's not cheap. So what a lot of people do instead is you make like a ball out of tinfoil, kitchen foil, whatever you call the stuff that, you know, whatever you personally call it. And you make like a ball and then you just put the clay around it. We don't actually have a lot of kitchen foil, so... But I don't think anyone's using it. I think that's why we don't have a lot. So I'll need to do that. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm worried that that'll take a while to get the head shape I want, because obviously I've drawn out the shapes I want, but it's a bit different once it's 3D. And I've got with the ones I'm making of myself and Julia, because, you know, if I wasn't so attached to the idea of these, I would just make both of them and ship them off to her. But I'm like, but I want to have my own little dolls of hers. I want to be able to keep them, but I also want to be able to give them to her. So, I'm gonna make 2 of each and try and keep them looking as clone-like as I possibly can, you know? That's my little pencil case full of sculpting tools. Which I probably won't use the majority of them. I'm not planning on doing a lot of kind of carving sculpting. It'll just be a lot of my hands. But we'll get that out. I think what I will do is I will BRB to get some more water before, and like get myself sorted before we switch to the hand cam. So I'll be like 5 minutes tops. I'll be right back, guys. I'm back and I have a snack because you guys made me hungry because you wouldn't stop talking about food. I hope you all behaved. Let me catch up on chat. Ooh, you write fantasy stuff? Wanna be an author someday? Have a Tumblr page? Oh, cool. I mean, if you ever want to share, absolutely no pressure. If you ever do want to share, thank you. You can't post links unless you're a mod, but you can always let people know your username if you ever want to share. I don't mind. I mean, I don't want people to spam self promo, but like, I'm saying it's fine if you do want to do that, but no pressure. Ooh. I hope you have fun writing. Oh, okay, fair enough. I hope you have fun writing. Let me see about setting stuff up. Oh, this is scary. I've only had hand come on once briefly before. But it's not that, it's the sculpting is always scary. Even if I was making the dolls off stream, I'd still be scared. Because it's like the commitment of once you start making it, that's it, you know? So let me, I have some stuff out, but I haven't got everything out. Let me get my clay out. Then I made a spare armature and I made like a little template on paper, so in the future I can just like easily make more armatures. There's the clay. I don't think there's anything else I need at the moment. Yeah, I got my sculpting tools, probably won't use them. With polymer clay, really, you don't. It's not like regular clay that you would put in a kiln or like air dry clay. Pretty much the only thing I use is like my little slicer. Are you allowed to show craft knives on stream or am I gonna get in trouble? Oops. Oh, my kitchen foil. Keep it on the floor. Okay. I don't really think I will be using. You don't really use this because polymer clay is kind of harder, and but like once it softens in your hands, you can do pretty much whatever you want with it. Looking more on my. What project? Which project? Julie, you have multiple. Also, speaking of projects, I am aware that I started that I would draw 100 trans VTubers. I haven't forgotten. March has been really busy, what with like getting my cosplay and everything ready for Comic Con. Oh, okay. I was like, which video? I'm like, oh, now I know which video. Oh, okay. So I have a lot of like the little wooden sculpting-y things, but honestly, for polymer clay, they don't really work. And I'm not planning on really carving anyway. I mean, I guess we'll see once I start with the hands. I've only ever used these on air dry clay. The hands are going to be a pain, aren't they? I'm wondering if I should also grab one of my dolls, one of my pull-up dolls, just for like size comparison. I'm wondering if maybe I should hold off on making the hands and feet until I've wrapped fabric around the body, so then I can get a sense of how wide the arms are. Oh no, what do you think? Oh, I don't know what would be better. Oh no. It'd be better to wrap the fabric around first. Which I'm just going to use any fabric scraps that I have, because I have a lot of scrap fabric. So that I know the proportions, so that I know how like wide the arms are before I commit and make the hands. I don't want to do that though. I'm not ready to do that though. I mean, I guess I can do it on the stream. I don't readily have any toy stuffing anymore, I think. I'm already given it. Oh, right, okay. Let me get my felt out so I can see. Because I wasn't sure what to do for the body. Like, for another person I've looked at who does, like, the cloth body, they just use whatever colour they want. But I'm thinking I might not be able to do that because I want to be able to take the clothes on and off and have them wear different clothes. You know. And roughly make him fit Barbie clothing. And I won't be able to do that if I make their body like whatever or like a patchwork, because then that's all well and good if they're wearing like a long sleeve, but then if you want to put them in a tank top, if their arms aren't like a skin tone fabric, it might look weird. Where is my pile of felt? I have some kind of skin tone looking, but not a lot. Which then has me less leaning towards the wrapping fabric around it and more leaning towards maybe just 2 pieces and then like put stuffing inside. I have a lot of other colours. This is all I really have, and this is probably still darker than what I would paint my own skin as. Thank you. I think I'm gonna have to commit and make the switch. Or we do Wally first, because I definitely have plenty yet. But again, I probably won't be able to get fabric that directly matches the skin colour. So it's like, does it matter if the cloth body isn't the same colour as like the clay head and hands? Because really, what can I do? Like, I'll not get a piece of fabric that's exactly the same colour. My worry is like, but if they're just wearing a tank top, you're gonna, and then you, like Julie for example has like a little tank top and then a cardigan over the top. If you take the cardigan off, what, she can't have like green arms. I don't mind so much for mine, because I probably will mostly put long sleeves and stuff on it. This is why people just sew the clothes on. And don't have them that, you're able to change the clothing. Move this. I got a tan on the face. Yeah, that's one way. I'm trying to see on like dolls that Strange Guts has made, because they've had some where like some of the skin's been. I think they've just managed to use like a fabric that looks. Or I just use like white on myself, like white, you know? And I can always try and dust it and blush it. I might do that. What yellows have I got for potential Wally colours? I don't know, so the wrapping fabric around was an idea I got from Strange Guts, like they wrap fabric around, but I'm like, how many layers do you have to do though? And the pictures I've seen don't look like little strips that have just been wrapped around. Like you would wrap bandages, around something. I saw some full sheets of white. Uh-oh, maybe I'm wrong. Red, blue, one black. I felt before I planned all this out. Okay, we're gonna switch to the webcam. This is what I got. It's not a lot either. I mean, the dolls aren't super big. I've got like 2 slightly different skin tones, but I think both of them are a bit too dark for what I want. Like, I have 1 full sheet of white and then scraps. Hi, Ninja. Have you been waiting here? Just waiting. Have you been sat there just waiting? Then we got some random. This is from when I was making plushies last year. So I got some random scraps of white. Do I have potentially any white and black downstairs? I'm not sure. And then I have bits of yellow. I guess I'll have to decide as we go. I need like somewhere to put this stuff down. But I don't really have the room on my desk. Onto the bed it goes. I'll show what I can of the armatures. Some of them have boobs on them. So I don't think Twitch would like it if I showed those, but I can at least show. This is the current state. This is one of, because obviously I'm making 2 Prince, 2 Julia, and 1 of Wally. There's a W on the chest, that's how I know it's Wally. They haven't been baked yet, so this stuff isn't hard yet. This is the current state of. So, the way that I did it, I literally can't actually even remember. This is 1. This is 2 going down. And then I wrapped extra around 2 wires, like, wrapping around each other for each of the limbs. Or for everything, really, because it just makes it that bit stronger, but it's very bendable. That's where we're at. Obviously, the neck isn't going to be that long. There's just extra stuff because the head's going to get shoved on. I didn't know how extra I needed for the neck. So there's extra up there, but the arms and legs are already cut to size. And we have the Julia ones, which are shorter, as you can see, because she is shorter. So I guess I'll start. I kind of want. Is it bad if I? It's bad if I start with Wally, isn't it? But I've got to think. Because I was like, when I've seen someone who just said that they wrapped fabric around, I'm like, how does that make any sense? Because it just looked like it was one big piece like that. And I can't put any clay or stuff in here, otherwise you wouldn't be able to, you know, bend. I'm rocking this one says Julia on it, that Julia made me, and then we've got Loki on today that I made, candy wise. So I'm unsure. Maybe it is better to make it just like one piece and then sew it and put some stuffing in it, whether that be actual toy stuffing, which I don't know if I have, or cabbage, which is like what you call, like, if you've got like little tiny little fabric scraps. What to do. And it's whether I'm deciding if I'm gonna make the fabric bodies before I make the hands or not. I got a piece of felt. Just like a scrap. Because I'm wondering how many times I have to wrap it around before it would become thick enough anyway. Because I don't think wrapping it around once... That would look very freaky, wrapping it around once. But I could wrap it around with room to spare, try and shove some stuffing up in it. But I definitely can't just wrap it around the one time. It's interesting that they say that they wrap fleece around, because when you wrap stuff around, you know, you'll end up with these little, you know, you'll see where there's multiple layers of wrapping. But I don't see any of that on these people who say that they just wrap the fabric around. I mean, that's not the worst thickness, but obviously you are going to get these little ridges, so maybe instead of wrapping I will just make like a tube and slide it up. I think makes more sense. That makes more sense. So then I might need to just stuff the tube a little bit. Toy stuffing would make more sense. So the question remains though, am I gonna do the fabric body first before I make the hands and the feet and the head? So that I know like what proportion, but I can't put the cloth body on until I bake this, because this isn't hardened and baked yet. What do we do? I mean, I know what thickness I'm gonna go for with the arms. Do you think I could know what I'm doing without having to... I'm wondering if I should sculpt a bit of neck, though. I wasn't going to, but that is something that I would have to do in the clay, and I need to decide now, really. And would have to be sculpted onto the bodies. Well, before the fabric goes over. I think I should do that. I think they should have necks. Because it's not, I'm not going to be able to make the neck as part of the head. So. And the thing with when you're working with foam clay, you do have to keep your hands really clean, because any tiny little bit will get on it, but any bit of fuzz, but I am going to paint over these. I should have got like a blue bowl of water. You'll see my cinema roll. Water bottle. Okay. Because I haven't had my headphones in this whole time. Right. We'll give them little necks, and then... I do want to sculpt on stream. That's the point of what I'm meant to be doing right now. And, I can't do the cloth bodies until I bake these. I don't want to bake them yet. Because I can't bake them on stream. I've got too much tape on this. But I've really got to try and keep it. I should really put it in a, like, find a box for it. But I'm just using Fimo Professional. I didn't realize there were so many different types of Fimo. But I have 2 blocks of these, and that's what I've got to work with at the moment. And then if I run out, I'll have to buy more. Well, I've got 2 of these big blocks. It's only a little bit. We're just gonna put necks on them. Should I have put like nicer things around my desk? There are things on my desk you just kind of can't see to make this a more interesting view. It's just like a, I don't know, it came with my sculpting tools. It's just a massive sheet of metal. But it's easy for cutting big things than going through it with my craft knife. Could prop. Put baby Julia over here. You can have a baby Julia and you can have Sleepy Kirby. You just really have to warm this stuff up. So it's actually malleable. But like, no matter how many times you wash your hands, you'll always like, I don't think you can see on camera, but any tiny bit of like fiber or dust just gets stuck in this stuff. And I've heard some people say you can get it off with nail polish remover. That hasn't worked for me, but it's fine because I'm painting over all of this anyway. There is not a mini prince. No. Should I commission Julia to draw me in this style? I have some things that I sculpt over here. I have some of my little OCs. When you guys follow me on my art accounts, I have my little mascot, who's called Q, from a webcomic that I used to make when I was like 14. And I have my little lemon guy that I sculpted maybe like 4 years ago. Kind of inspired by the Cave Town song, Lemon Boy. And we get him. This is not the best webcam. He's just a little guy. He's crying. Can't really tell. This is not the best webcam. He's there. I have just little things that sit below my desk. I know Julia likes Lemon Boy. Like I have a tiny Paddington bear. I've had him since I was little. He's like a pencil topper. Like you're meant to just like stick him on the end of your pencil for decoration. Little bear. Okay, let's see about getting some necks on. And I have, if anyone knows Battle Block Theatre, I realised I'm getting my face in the camera. Not that I mind. Well, I do, well, obviously, I'm not ready to have a webcam stream yet. I don't mind showing my face, you guys have seen my face. Just not on stream, because I'm tired and I'm sick. But I made this guy when I was like, God knows, 14? Oh my god, I made him 10 years ago. From the video game Battle Block Theatre. His little hat comes off. There's a fucking pin in it. And his head can turn. And his alarms can go up and down. It's not the neatest paint job at all. He's just a little guy. Put his mind controlling hat back on. By which I mean the hat is evil, and mind controls Hattie into being mean. Hattie's actually a really good guy. It's this hat that's evil. That's why he's crying all the time, because he's upset that the hat's making him hurt his friends. Shit. I made him a little stand at one point, but it never really worked. Right. How tall? So should. Maybe we should be taller than that. Hang on. Maybe a bit more. How are we feeling about the hand cam, by the way? Is this a stream format that you guys would are cool with and would be happy for me to continue with? It's better for me to make it too tall than... There we go. He's getting a little neg. Just gonna pinch it off with my nail. There we go. Now he has neg. Now I'm just gonna do that another 4 times. Oh, I'm glad. Thank you, Angel. It's not gonna take long to do. Okay, 2 necks. Then we got the second prince body. When was the last time I did a proper like sculpture? Because I did some things at university. I think university. I have a Cyclonus head. Where's my Transformers peoples at? This was done with air dry clay though, not with polymer clay. I have this boy. He's just a head though. From the Transformers comics. Angel, yes! Angel, yes! I fucking love Transformers so much, especially the comics. We've got his little finger in the vents. Look, I can become tailgate. You can shove your finger in there a little bit. It's a little bit sloppy at the back, but yeah. He's heavy. I only put a tiny. I realized far too late that I should have put a tinfoil ball inside of him. He's solid clay. Whoopsie. His nose is a little bit misshapen because this is air dry clay and it started hardening very fast. So like the tip of his nose started hardening and like the tip of his chin started hardening before I was like done with it. Like to the movies and the previous animated shows. That's okay. I grew up watching the G1 80s cartoon and Jesus, let's remember the order. Beast Wars and the Cybertron trilogy, which is Armada, Energon, and Cybertron. And then when Transformers Animated came out, I kind of dropped off because I really didn't like Transformers Animated. I didn't really like the art style and I didn't really like the plot and stuff. And then I'm aware of Transformers Prime and I'm aware that it was really good. I haven't watched it though. Adore the comics, More Than Meets the Eye, Lost Light. Mwah. I have a Transformers shelf up there. Over there. And Tailgate and Cyclonus are holding hands, don't you worry. As are Soundwave and Cosmos. It's what they deserve. More Than Meets the Eye, and then Lost Light, and then parallel to that is like the Wreckers comics, like Last Stand of the Wreckers, and so on. And then it gets confusing because then you have like the Transformers comics that follow alongside that with Optimus Prime, but they literally just called it like the Transformers. So they're hard to exactly find. I like Tallulah 1, and then when they ended, that continuity ended with Transformers Unicron. I'm still not over it. I haven't read the comics since Transformers Unicron. I haven't read the new comics continuity because I'm too upset that the old comics ended and then they all got fired. Like James Roberts, who was in charge of the kind of More Than Meets the Eye era, made him so gay. We got canonical gay couples, bi Transformers, trans Transformers. My king. love Transformers so much. Actually, I have one Transformer on my desk. I have a tiny little figure of Triptychon. It's so tiny compared to like that actual Triptychon toy, which is massive, which I don't have, but my sibling has in the other room. Good little baby. Little hands. I think that's the only boy I have on my desk. Since then, like, the cartoons recently have not been that great. The ones that Netflix did. People hate that RC's trans, what's missing for a while because the new animated show really took. Oh, so the new animated show has RC be trans? Yeah, RC's been trans in the comics for years. And the first, like, kiss between, because there were Transformer couples before RC got a partner, but they couldn't kiss because they didn't have mouths. So, like, Rewind and Chrome Dome were dating long before RC got a partner, but they couldn't smooch because they don't have mouths. But RC got to be the first kiss, like, lip-to-lip kiss, with her girlfriend. So the first, like, kiss between two Transformers in any medium ever was between two girls. I'm gonna put the next on these ones, and I don't want to risk putting them on stream because there's boobs on them, so I'm just gonna do this, like, over here, where no one can see. Transformers was my OC and Excited Weapons on stream. Aww. I've never made a Transformers OC, and I've always wanted to, but I'm really bad at drawing mechs. Mechs are so hard to draw. But, so, okay, so then the shows went a little bit to shit, because, like, the shows that Netflix were making were not that good. Like, so, one, they changed up, like, a lot of the personalities and stuff of the Transformers, okay, whatever. But then, like, the actual behind the scenes, so they didn't hire any of the regular Transformers cast. There's a very small cast, and most of them are voicing, like, the same, like, multiple characters. Because they refused to hire union voice actors. They would not hire, Netflix wouldn't hire any voice actors that were part of a union. So they couldn't hire any of the regular Transformers voice actors. Shortwave's my man? Hell yeah. My favorite, I'm an Optimus Prime boy. I want him to be my dad. I got issues. No, I've had a little crush on Optimus Prime since I was probably about 5 years old. Of Optimus. I love Soundwave. Starscream's a little bitch and I love him so much. I actually got a couple Transformers blind boxes at Comic-Con. Tell you who I can show. Who's on my bed. Say hello to the goodest boy. He can't fit. He's too big. Optimus, no. He's the stuffy. I love him so much. I got him off eBay, but he's from like the universe. He's like merchandise from the Universal parks. I love him. He's very squishable. Ugh. I'm sorry that you got blocked for saying the same thing that I said. I don't love the, I don't mind if other people like the Michael Bay movies, I have no problem with it, I just personally don't like them. Though I did really like the Bumblebee movie. I thought it was cute. And also I was just a nerd for that opening scene where you saw like all the Transformers on Cybertron and I was like, oh my god, I know all of these faces. But there's not any one particularly, I mean, I don't particularly, I think what it is like, I don't love how the designs look in the movie. I much prefer the Bumblebee movie designs because they're still like kind of more like the cartoon. To me, the Michael Bay kind of era Transformers movies, I guess they look more alien, I guess. You know, they're a lot more complex, but I don't love how the Transformers actually look in those movies. The Bumblebee movie kind of made them look a lot more like the cartoon, like the original cartoon designs, which I like, because I'm a nostalgic little nerd. I forgot about the Beast Wars movie. We'll see. Because I wonder how close, I wonder how they'll handle Optimus Primal, because in the Beast Wars cartoon, the Beast Wars cartoon's fucking insane. I love Dinobot so much. Dinobot, not as in the Dinobots, but there's a character called Dinobot in Beast Wars. I love him so much. Beast Wars cartoon's insane. It's from the 90s, so it's very early 3D animation. The colours are really horrible. But I love the Beast Wars cartoon. But yeah. So the plot of Beast Wars is it takes place, like, thousands of years after Optimus and Megatron were alive and fighting. But so like Optimus and Megatron in this world are like dead, I don't know, of old age, who knows, and we're thousands and thousands of years in the future, and but you're like, but if it's thousands of years in the future, why is there still Optimus and Megatron? Because so Optimus Primal is what he's called, not Optimus Prime, who is just, maybe descended from Optimus Prime, we don't know. At one point he has a conversation with Optimus Prime. But he's just, like, been named after Optimus Prime. And then Megatron, why is he called Megatron? Why are they, you know, okay, the other one is because he's from, like, this legacy, so he's called Optimus Primal, okay. But why is there a bad guy called Megatron? Because he's a Megatron fanboy who changed his own name to Megatron. I love him so much, and his big dinosaur hand. And then so basically they fall through, like, some kind of wormhole back in time, and so Beast Wars is actually set in kind of on, like, prehistoric Earth, which is why they all have beast forms and not car forms, because cars don't exist yet. In the comics, they then kind of changed it and had that the Beast Wars is like its own separate planet. So I don't know how they'll tackle it in the Beast Wars movie. Sadly, I don't think we're gonna get to see dinosaur head for arm Megatron, who's a fanboy of the original Megatron. Has like a framed photo of himself in his room, and then I bet he got Inferno to take. Oh my god. But Megatron's Beast Wars voice is iconic. He's voiced by David Kaye in Beast Wars, who's the same who voices him in the Cybertron trilogy. So not the original Frank Welker, but I would say after Frank Welker, David Kaye is my favorite Megatron. It became such a meme because he says, like, yes all the time. That his Megatron's Beast Wars voice is such like a meme. But David Kaye also voiced Megatron in Transformers Armada, which is one of the such a good Transformers animated show. But like, Megatron's Armada voice is like, I'm just gonna say it's like the hottest Megatron voice. Maybe the hottest Transformer voice ever of any bot. This is my opinion. I don't know why I'm still rolling this clay. I don't have like a plan for it. Because now I've got to actually get on to making like the head, hands, and feet, which I'm scared about doing. I need to put that down. Am I gonna roll a solid clay ball, or am I gonna put tinfoil inside? Is the question. I mean, that's already quite a big chunk of clay, and it is not at all the right size, like it's way too small. Because I am gonna go for kind of a big head look. The Galvatron picking, so I know it's always something. Which movie are we talking about? If Galvatron showed up in the live action movies, like the Michael Bay movies, I don't know what he looks like. I genuinely haven't seen what he looks like. If we're talking like 1986 animated movie, love it so much. Galvatron, he's fine. But I know which Galvatron we're talking about. There's a lot of different Galvatron designs. Because I'm wondering like how much clay I would end up using. So I want to kind of go for the big-headed doll look, like if anyone's ever seen like a Philip or a Blythe. And not more like a Barbie look, which is more... I mean, a Barbie doll head's still big, but I'm talking even a lot bigger than that. I should just grab a Philip doll. That would be helpful. I bought a snack upstairs and I'm not eating it. Shinku's the easiest doll for me to grab. So, as a teen, I liked collecting pull-up dolls. They used to be made by John Planning and then Groove Inc. took over. They have a lot of original dolls. The majority of their dolls are their own original characters, but then they do also partner up with animes and movies and even musicians and make dolls of them. I can't believe I found out that they made a doll of the lead singer for my favorite band. There's an Atsushi Sakurai of Booktick doll, and I didn't know when it came out a couple of years ago, and now you can't get it anywhere, and I'm so upset. But I haven't bought pull-ups in a long time because, like, I used to be able to get them okay in the UK. Well, I had to buy them from America. But shipping and import tax wasn't that bad back then. It's really bad now. It's really expensive. And the price of the dolls have also gone up. So all of my pull-ups are from, like... Well, I personally bought them between, like, 2009 and, like, 2014. But some of them are, like, older stock, so... The only ones that I still have out are anime ones that they did. So like this is Shinku from the anime and manga Rose and Maiden, which I loved, and that's how I found out about these dolls and got back into collecting dolls, because even within, for those that don't know, Rose and Maiden, even within that anime, these characters are dolls. Like living dolls. I just am very nostalgic. It was like one of the first animes that I really got into. Pull-ups seem like so expensive. If you're in the US, they're not that hard to get your hands on. They are Japanese dolls, but they're just impossible to buy in the UK, unless occasionally someone sells one on eBay. The sad thing is the wigs are really bad quality and they go really dry. They go really dry. But the clothing is really detailed. And really well made, and just like really pretty. She's on a type 3 body though. Pull-ups on type 4s now, so she's got some problems because the type 3 bodies weren't great. But you can see like how much bigger her head is than like her little hand. I'm not sure if I'm going. I don't think I'm going for like this big, but somewhere close. I think this is the body that I used to reference making the armature off anyway. Put the little Kun down somewhere. So I just want her nearby. The only dolls I still have out, I've got Shinku out, Shinku and Suigento from Rose and Maiden. I have Sebastian from Black Butler on the shelf over there, and Rain from Neo Angelique Abyss. And a custom Legolas that I made, like I bought a doll and then I customized him into Legolas. Stein, thank you for stopping by. I hope we have a good rest of your day, and I hope class isn't too boring or stressful. Shinku, can you please sit up? Darling, please. 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 No. It's not happening. Can I lean you against... Okay, well she's kind of laying on my tower. That's fine. But I want to go bigger than this. Maybe I will... Because think about how much clay I'm going to use up. And also the weight of it, like, if I make a solid clay head that's as big as her head, I'm gonna have a bit of a weight issue. So maybe I should... My worry about wrapping it around like a tinfoil ball is it's gonna very easily be uneven. To get my reference picture up. We'll start with... I was gonna start with me, but you know how tempting it is to start with Wally? It's really bad. Start with me, and then if it messes up, it doesn't matter. Right? I drew like cheekbone lines on mine, but I don't really know actually how I planned on doing that. I guess I planned on painting them on. Okay, well let's... Because the thing is... Oh, you guys saw my face. It's fine. It's just not a very flattering angle. I'm willing to do a webcam stream at one point if, like, dressed up as Prince. If we ever reach, like, 1K. I'm not gonna cry because my face is on the stream. It's just, that's really not a flattering angle, is it? But I literally showed you guys photos of my face. Right. I'm worried that there's not a lot on here. Is my concern. I'm like lightning. And I think I will need a lot of this to make a ball sizable enough. This is gonna be so noisy, isn't it? I didn't plan this. It's like the noisiest shit I could possibly choose. It's quite thin. I might need to mute the microphone while I mess around with this. I feel like it's really loud, unless you guys want ASMR. How big? Oh boy. I guess we'll put it there and we'll see how big of a ball it makes. I'm using my thread snips, which is bad, but what can you do? I would rip it, but it'll be like a really uneven line and I don't want to unnecessarily waste a bunch. Oh, you can see my little greasy clay fingerprints all over it. But I don't think anyone else ever used this to cook. I was the only one who used to when I was baking bread, but now I have like a little loaf tin thing, so I don't need to use this anymore. Put it there. Okay, I'm gonna screw it up into a ball. I don't know how loud it's gonna be. Wow, it like instantly got so quiet once it was in the... See what I mean? Like, that was a lot, and that's such a small ball. That's my concern. But it keeps it, like... I could try and unpeel it a bit. It keeps it, the head lighter, you know? I should have screwed it up this time. I have regrets. It's just, it didn't end up very round. It's not a perfect sphere, is it? Why not drill a hole in with that? I mean, I know that I'm gonna have to cut it down anyway. Just seeing if I can push it a bit further. Probably fine. I can't really tell how far in that's going. Obviously what I'm going to do is I'm going to super glue it on once it's done. I'll do that after they've baked separately and then... But I will need my... Oh my god, I need to not lean. There we go. I don't care if my face is seen, I'm just like... Ugh! I'm like, I'm not wearing makeup, guys. I'm just like so not aware of where the camera is. Anyway, I need my wire cutters. I'm aware that I said cutters and not cutters. which is bugging me because when I went to the doctor this morning, the doctor asked where I was from. And I was like, here? What do you mean? And she was like, you just sound a little bit American. No. No, 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 no. No, no, no. No, no, no. I don't want to pick up, no offense to my girlfriend, but I don't want to pick up her accent. I don't want an American accent. I don't want to lose my... I'm aware that my accent isn't, like, immediately placeable because I am from the north, but classism and elitism is really weird in the UK and really specific, and, still, there's a tiny gap. If you have a northern accent, people will make really shitty assumptions. The kind of stereotype is that people with northern accents, regional accents, like, aren't well educated or really stupid or like really dirty. It sucks. So a lot of people purposely like lose their accents. It looks just like me. Which one does the real print? Oh shit. Also, that hole's not in the not in the middle. Fuck. It's not. It's not at all in the middle. I didn't realize that. So I try and talk more posh to try and get rid of my accent more. I'm like, is that make me sound American, or is it because my partner's American and I talk to her every day? Get. Oh no. I refolded it and now I can't get the thing. There we go. It looks terrible. I don't know how I'm meant to fold clay around that. It's so lumpy. How do people do this? Am I gonna need to put another... Maybe I need to put another layer of cling film around it. It looks really bad. Also, how much clay am I still gonna have to add? Like, it's not gonna be... Like, the thing is, if I make it as a sphere, right, if I do it out of solid clay, I know it's gonna be heavy, but it's gonna look smooth, essentially, you know? Like, there's not gonna be some, like, massive seam. But if I flatten it down... Right. And put it around... At some point it's gonna join up at the back. My worry is that that's not gonna look that nice. Where's the hole? Oh Jesus, okay, it's there. Also, it really will kind of mold to the shape of this not sphere. Oh no, it looks so lumpy. I'd have to add multiple layers of clay. Or I'd have to get better at sculpting a sphere out of tinfoil. Which I don't think I can do. I don't know what to do. I mean, like, these guys don't have a solid head. Because there's, you can take it apart and there's a whole, like, eye mechanism inside, so she can... Yeah. And you can take the eyes... You can take the chips out and, like, put different colours in if you want. And yet they still topple because of how big their heads are. They can't stand unaided. Not that I was really going for these being able to stand unaided. I'd like them to be able to sit unaided, ideally. Am I just gonna do massive clay balls for their heads? That probably sounds insane to people, other people who, like, actually make dolls and stuff, but this method isn't really working out for me. I can't really get a good sphere out of this without risking using a lot. And even then I'm like, how am I gonna smooth this around it? I don't know how much clay it's gonna take. I'm not that fussed about spending a bit more money on it. This is like, if I'm having fun with it, but that is just, then into account how big. And it has quite a the way that I've designed it is with quite a big forehead to accommodate for the fact that all the hair is going to get glued on. Because with BJDs they have quite a big forehead to accommodate like the wig. Because they don't come with hair on. I don't have a BJD that I can easily show you. I had a couple, but I got rid of one of them and I don't know where the fuck the other one is. I guess I'm just gonna keep chopping more bits of clay off. I think we're just doing it solid clay now. And then if it looks like it's using too much clay, then I guess we'll have to rethink our strategy. That's a big wedge of clay. God, it's so tough to like start working with until it warms up. Normally I just start like rolling it into like a sausage. Just to try and get it somewhat soft. I'll let it into a sphere on its own so I can see like how much clay. You know what? This is actually becoming a bigger sphere than the other one, so it might actually not take as much clay as I was worried it would to make a solid head. That's quite a lot bigger. Some people like roll against the table. I prefer doing it in my hands. I'm gonna paint over it anyway, so it doesn't matter if it gets any little bits of dirt on it. Trying to roll out those little seams. I think that might. I don't know. I don't know if I want it bigger. I don't know. I'm referencing Strange Guts' dolls a lot. I guess I'll just shove it on and we'll see. Oh god. Oh god. Yeah! That was a bit late to cover, but yes, there's a Beast Wars movie coming out. It's like a... So, the Transformers movies had like when Michael Bay was in charge of them, right? And then Bumblebee is kind of like a reboot, right? And so Beast Wars is in like a sequel to Bumblebee. Is it literally called Beast Wars or is it called something else? I don't know. Right, this isn't the exact shape, but I'm just gonna shove it on. So we can see if it's the right size. Oh my god, it's heavy. Oh no. Oh no. This is a problem. That's not me bending it backwards. That's the weight of the head. Oh, that's a problem. Oh. I didn't use the thickest wire because I didn't know what thickness to use and I already had this, and I understand that I probably should have used stuff a lot thicker. It's very... You gotta really center the gravity on it, otherwise it will... Oh, hello, Lucio. It's been hand cam for like over an hour. But I can't work out if that's too. If that's still not the size that I want. Fuck. I think I imagined it being bigger, which means I definitely am gonna have to fill it with tinfoil. But I don't know how I'm gonna do that. Because that's still quite a lot. That's a lot smaller. I mean, I'm not planning on making it the exact same size as a polyp head. And the size of the head alone, like, makes their height different. Like, their bodies are the same height. That's just how tall her head is, that she comes to that much more taller. Yeah, little baby Julia's here. I'm not sure what to do. Because the plan was, well, we'll make it lighter by filling it with this. But then I couldn't make this... I couldn't get it to work. Because then I've got to, like... fill... I've got to wrap clay around it, and I just... I'm just not getting a good shape out of it when I do that. Like... Cracked my fingers. If I were to... Wrapping it around would be a lot better if it was, I'm not trying to shape it right now, I'm just making it... I'm just squashing it flat so it's a thinner layer. But my worry... is like... Will I be able to smooth it alright? I guess so. This is really better for air dry clay. Like a softer clay. Polymer clay is really hard. A lot. When I say harder, I mean as in hard and soft, not as in difficulty. I think this would have to... The board needs to be a better shape. To be honest, the weight doesn't feel that different. But it probably will make a big difference to the armature. I know what the smarter, better thing to do is to use the tinfoil. I'm just not seemingly very good at it. And also... I don't know how much I'll have to use, and we don't have a lot. Where are my scissors? I feel like I'm just wasting tinfoil. It's not really sharp enough to stab with. I'm just gonna stab it with an actual knife off camera. Worry is, will that glue okay? I mean, I could try and now put the clay around it. It's a little bit too sphere-like. Like the head's only kind of oblong. I guess I can try and wrap the clay around it. Okay. It's a shame because if that is the right size, then I'd like to keep one of those tinfoil balls spare so I can like use it as a template. Okay. I don't have any kind of rolling pin. I probably should. That really takes a lot of force to really compact this stuff down. It's really hard to smooth it, unlike air dry clay, which is so soft. Or any kind of like regular clay that you'd like put in a kiln. Polymer clay's like... Ah! Just trying to make an even little pancake. Okay. Okay. I don't think this is enough. The temple bell's coming apart. Okay, this isn't the worst start, but I'm gonna need a lot more clay. How can I feel like this is taking up more clay? Try not to squeeze it too hard. Or else I'm gonna have to cut some excess off on the top. No, it's not looking the worst. Don't tell me I've made it too big, I'll cry. What do we think? Like, they're meant to be big-headed. I thought it would look cute, making them big-headed. What do we think? gonna have to cut a little bit off. I don't know if craft knives are allowed to be seen on Twitch, so because who knows, maybe they think it's like a weapon. I was immediately flashed the knife on camera. Okay. Okay, it's promising. I might have to still shave it a bit at the back. I should Google and then if can you show knives on Twitch? Well, it's been on camera now. It'd be so much easier if I could do it. Put him down. Maybe. If you're unboxing stuff, that's fine. If I'm actively, like, brandishing the knife at you guys, then it's not allowed. What counts as brandishing? Okay, as long as I don't threaten you guys with the knife, it's meant to be fine. So where the fuck did I put it? Because I am kind of slicing and carving. I'm trying really hard not to grip this, otherwise where I'm gripping it is gonna indent in it. Okay. Hey, that could be a head, right? Need to cover the back up. Oh no, did I get a piece of... There were a couple bits of wire hanging out over here, and one of them might have... Okay, phew! No they didn't, no they didn't, both of them are still here. Like if a bit got in the clay and I'm about to poke my hands. I bought a snack and I didn't eat it. Okay, let's see about filling this gap in. I don't need that much, to be honest. I'm not really sure how to go about trimming it. It's really bad if I want to make Wally first. I mean, I'm making them all together. I'm making them all step by step. I'll make all the heads, and then all the eyes, and so on. This is like my first batch, so to speak. It's too thick. Yeah, we're learning as we go. I'm trying to be too harsh on like myself, you know. We're learning how to do the tinfoil ball. Haven't done anything like this before. I wish you could see Wally's head. This is probably... Do you think this should be Wally's head? I was gonna say this is gonna be mine. Oh no, I got some little dents in the front. Probably from my fingernails. This is why I've got to be careful. It's like tiny little, can you see him? No! Okay, I also gotta remember which way up it is. Because unlike other clay, I can't like add water to help smooth it. It's literally just all about heat and just pressing into it, but not so hard that I'm gonna dent it. Thing is, everyone's gonna have hair to cover up any of messiness on the back, apart from maybe Wally. Pokey Pepper, thank you so much for the follow and for becoming one of my children of the night. We be attempting to make some dolls. Two of myself, two of my partner, and then one of Wally from Welcome Home is the first batch of 5 that I'm gonna try and do. And hey, if it turns out that I can do these, then I can make more characters that I like. But also, if they look good, it'd be cool to open commissions, though. I would have no idea. How long is this gonna take me? I don't know, but well, if I did them on stream, then, well, I was gonna say if we did them on stream, then I'd have the VODs as proof of how long, but let's face it, half the time I'm distracted by talking to you guys. I get my work done faster when I'm not on stream. That's like a little head, right? I chop the other ones down to size. To cut the necks down. Cut the excess off. All about. I'm trying not to poke the ball that I just made. I've just smoothed it off. I would hate. Okay. Bug. There we go. Okay. Why do we think this should be Wally's head and that he's the test subject? It's not the smoothest at the back, but you wouldn't be able to tell once the hair's on. Which is the thing, if I was using a different clay. You know what, if I use my fingernail, who needs sculpting tools? I have a bag of them over there. But I feel like I can control the pressure more. You know what, that's actually working okay. That's actually working quite well. I wouldn't mind doing all of this work on stream. I want to do the work on these a lot, so it'd end up with me streaming a lot more often. If you guys are down. What do you think? Should I shove it on Wally's body? Oh, I'm really gonna make sure I line this up okay. I mean, if this is Wally, he needs a bit more of a pointy chin. But maybe them having like not the smoothest texture can be a little part of their charm. Fuck, okay. I have to do it from the side. So I can see how far in I'm going. I know there's like no thickness to the body. I'm gonna bulk it up once the fabric goes around it. And then there'll actually be width there. Because I know this looks ridiculous. But after this gets baked, then I'll add more. God, it's terrifying showing this in. But I need to make the hole now before it goes in the oven. It's so scary. Try and tunnel its way in. Oh! What do we think? Oh, it's still quite a lot. But that's the lightest that I'm going to be able to get it. Quai! Hello, darling. Hi, Quai. I'm trying to... Hands, can you believe it? I have hands. That's wild. I'm trying to make dolls. I was gonna make... See, the plan cry was that it was gonna be one of me and one of Julia, but then me and Julia both wanted them. So now I'm making 2 of me and 2 of Julia. And then I got brain rot for Welcome Home, so now I'm also making 1 of Wally, darling, from Welcome Home. Things happened. Bye. I was like, what can I get in camera to show? I'm like, I don't know. So I have all the bodies. There's 2 more off screen that I can't show because they have booba. Ugh. I hate the feeling of like a thin layer of like clay on my fingers. Ew. And at some point, I need to wrap all of your loots up. Julia's will be coming when all this is done, as like in the anniversary present. But Crying Chris, I gotta wrap your loots up so you can get your loots. Which also, while Cry's here, I don't think you realize how big one of the things is. You find where I put them, they're all in little separate bags. It's the Cry loot. It's the biggest pin I've ever seen in my life. It's so big. It's huge. There's a little cappy. I won't touch him because I've got like clay residue in my hand, so I won't touch the pin. He's made of wood. He's got the kind of big, like the brooch pin bag. He's such a big boy. I even crossover of Oscar Isaac as a capybara. Oh my goodness. He's the fucking biggest fucking thing. Like, compared to... Sesshomaru is like, you can't see the glitter on him. He's so big. But I will get these off to you soon, Kwai! Along with Christmas presents that I bought you from Comic Con as well, from the year before, and along with the thing that Lucio gave me to give to you. So Cry's gonna get a package. We were just testing his head and seeing if that looks okay. Do an unboxing video for you? Oh my goodness. I'd be honored. I like when I see people unwrap things, but I also know, like, if you don't like being looked at when you unwrap stuff, because that's the thing, it's like, I like when I send things to Julia, and I like being on call when she opens them, but I get nervous being on call if I'm opening anything, but I think that comes from a history of, like... Here's the thing. If you have a history of being, like, bought stuff that you don't like, my mum would always buy me surprises, but they would always be stuff that I wasn't into, and that's not to sound ungrateful, but, like... She would always try and get me, like, hyper girly stuff, and I was never into that dirt boy. But, like, it can... When you make it very clear, like, here's all the things that I like, and you talk about them, and then people, like... I don't know. I'm used to having to put up a lot of, like... Opening presents here is stressful. Because also, like, I'm not someone who, like, shows excitement a lot on my face. I'm not the most expressive facially person, but I'm, like, excited on the inside. Yeah, it's led to some stuff. So I get nervous when people look at me opening presents in case I'm not as expressive. Like, even if I say, oh, thank you, I love it, that's not enough for some people. And you get shouted at and sent to your room on Christmas Day for not liking your presents enough, whatever. Hi, God. We have Prince skeletons and Wally skeletons. I already had these pre-made. I made these last night. But I have made a head. That's what we've done. Which I guess is gonna be Wally's. I know, it is very no idea version of me. Gee, who'd have thunk it? But we're thinking that the first teddy is going to be for Wally. I kind of just want to... I know I said I'd make them all the heads first. God, I gotta do 4 more of these. And this was so stressful. No! But this was so stressful. Should I make the other heads or should I do Wally's eyes? Which I could decide to make 2 sets. To make, like, the ones that I can stand looking at and then the ones that are going to creep me out. In which case I would need to put magnets in his face. So I would have to... But then I thought about, should I do that on all of them? So all of them could have alternate expressions, but I don't think, you know, so I could make them all like open eyes and closed eyes, and the idea of doing that on all the dolls is actually quite nice. I like that idea. There's my big piece. I'll be going for like another half an hour, so maybe I will make the eyes, because I don't know if I'll get another head made. Slice off another chunk. Ugh, God, this stuff. It's a right workout for my hands. Oh my god. Investing in a rolling pin wouldn't be the worst idea. Annika! Hello! We'd be making dolls? Question mark. I have to remember to have a drink. Actually, I need to pull more water out. Hang on. I'm gonna stay. I'm just gonna mute the microphone so you guys don't have to hear. And I spilled water on the floor. That was always gonna happen. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I don't want to get like clay fingers all over my cinema roll water bottle. Okay. Slide back in. If I had more room, well, I guess if we're focusing on Wally, I can move the little princes away. I want to make as much as I can so I can put a lot of stuff in the oven all at once, so I don't have to do that multiple times. The only thing I kind of have that's like a rolling pin is the edge of my craft knife. But it works. I'm thinking how thick or thin. Because what I'm doing, I'm not painting the eyes on, I'm not carving them. I'm gonna make them and stick them on. What? I don't have any kind of rolling pin. Don't judge me. What else am I meant to use? I can't use a rolling pin that we would use on the food. On clay. Oh, fuck, it ripped a little bit. Got a little bit stuck. I won't cut myself. When it's super thick. Then again, if I'm putting magnets in them, I shouldn't put the magnets. Hang on. Because obviously, if I want to put the magnets in them, these are my magnets. They are quite thick. Maybe the magnet eye thing isn't gonna be able to happen. But I'm doing magnets for the feet and the hands. Jesus Christ, is that not open? Oh, it's like a tear here situation. I have teeny magnets. They're actually quite thick. They are quite thick. for that to go in, it's pretty much going to need to be this thickness. And that's kind of thicker than I wanted it. Yeah, I didn't want to have to do them that thick. I don't know.
I hope you're ready for some more of the real thing there,
Oopsie, I
fan,
think it was
because
a
I got you some
hydrate.
and I won't be taking what is the sag for an answer.
What is this?
We could try. We could try. Mention the meme. Oh, I don't know the memes. Thank you for the hydrate. If I didn't say it, I got zoned out for a second then. You know what would be smart is if I actually made like a little template. That would have been a good idea. Do I have any Spectre card? Hang on. Oh, he's got new emotes. Like, can I trace that from my screen? But I'd need this to be the right size. That is actually almost already the right size. The same size as it is on my monitor. I turn this off for a sec. Basically what I'm doing is I'm pressing up a piece of paper to where the eye is so I can trace it. Because my screen brightness is bright enough. So I have a little eye. And then I can cut it out. Oh god. It is Kirby with a little hat. He's sleeping. He's a tired boy. He goes in my corner of Kirby's. How Corbs. I love Corby so much. And my friend Cam gave me this. And then I also have this, which is a hand fan. Or handheld fan. All of Colby. Kerbo. See now, those eyes look fine on a flat on there. Are they gonna work on here? Is the question. Because if I just want to stick it on flat, well, not that much of his face at the front is flat. they're gonna kind of hang off the side. So unless I want to smush. Which I might have to. And polyps have wider faces than they are like deep. I'm getting so much dirt on this clay, but it's fine because I'm painting it. But it's like, it's gross that the clay does that. Picks up every tiny little bit of dust and fiber. It's a shame that this camera does not focus on anything that gets remotely close to it. Even if I put like a big sheet of paper behind it, it would not. And my hands are only small. We'll see. We'll cut these out. But if you do any community point challenge, I'll have 40k to sit. I don't know what I don't even know what that means. You mean like when Chris was like fundraising points to do something? I don't remember even what it was. Like when people like donate, yeah, what would I do that for? I know I don't really make, I know I don't make a lot of use of my channel points, and so a lot of people probably have a lot sitting around, but I don't know what I could offer. I mean, I've thought about doing some kind of like Happy Mail surprise thing. I don't know why I never did. Where you could like pick something off my Etsy store or something. And have it for free, but then I was like, I don't know if I have the ability to do that. Like, I don't know if I can afford to lose the stock. Where the fuck is my phone? So then I don't... Actually, it's a good question. Oh, it's under here. So I don't know what I would... What else I would do, could do with them. Like...
Hail, Prince.
But there's nothing that I'd use that for. I'm sorry if that makes things less fun or something, but... Baby bat? Okay. Where is it? Oh! I was getting confused with Baby Dragon. Okay, hang on. That makes me the channel points a lot more here. Oh. Okay. There's nothing that I can do with them. I don't want to... I know some people offer like commissions that you can redeem with channel points, but I don't want to do that because whether I have time for commissions is really... Like, I can't really afford to give shit away for free at the moment. Mom redeems bat prints. Yeah. I can't do a... I can't do it as like a challenge of like I'll play a game when we reach so many points because I can't really stream game. There's very few games I can stream, that's why I don't do game streams anymore. My computer can like cope with like pixel art stuff. I would love to be able to play like Words on Stream or Gartic Phone or Stream Racers, Marbles on Stream stuff, but I can't. My PC can't. So I can't offer that. I don't have a gaming PC. I only have like internal graphics and like also it's like a 10-year-old PC. Like if I lean down to cut, you're gonna see my face. So, but I really need to lean down. I didn't really plan this out well. Shit, didn't. What the fuck? Why isn't it staying down? Let's try that again. I mean, I appreciate you guys saying that just doing like cozy art streams is fine, but then like don't. If I want suggestions of what to do on stream, I'll ask. Like, otherwise it kind of sounds like, I don't know. You don't think things are good enough as they are? Like, I've got follower goal things, but other than that, there's nothing I can really do about Twitch and stuff. Like, when we reach 400, I'll do a karaoke stream, and if we ever reach 1k, I'll do like a webcam stream and stuff, but I don't see the point in putting those goals as channel point goals. Because those are things that, you know, are gonna tire me out a bit and or be a bit of a job for me mentally, and fuck it, like if it sounds greedy, I want to be getting something out of that, whether that be followers or whether that be subs, like something that's actually helping me. Like, I'm self-employed, like this is my job. And doing something for channel points doesn't really help me grow, and if that sounds really horrible, that's just the fact of it. Like, I'm not gonna stop streaming. Like, I'll still keep streaming even if I make like, I'll still keep streaming even if like this is as many followers as I ever get. But I'm not gonna like put some effort into some like big project just for Twitch when it doesn't do anything for me other than provide me a place to hang out. So that's what I'm doing, is hanging out. Like, the cost of living crisis in the UK at the moment, Jesus Christ, I was sat in the hospital operating room on Wednesday, and the BBC literally have an advert on, which is like, that literally have an advert that now comes on between programs on how to explain the cost of living crisis to your children. We've got this helpful page on our website. You can come to this page on your website and you can explain to your kids basically like what, like why you can't buy them Christmas presents. Like, I'll still keep doing Twitch even if I make no money for it, but I'm not gonna like, I can't then afford to like just get a new PC just for the sake of Twitch. There's no point in me spending loads of money upgrading to like a gaming PC unless I was gonna like get that money back by streaming those games, which I'm not. So you guys will just have to cope with me still streaming, but just streaming what I can. Thank you for the first time chat, PokePepper. Not a lie. But, you know, stuff like being able to stream games is just something that's not gonna happen until I am making a lot more money. I can't invest in a gaming PC. And I couldn't do a channel point goal for that. Because that's not gonna help me afford a gaming PC. think that looks too thick. That looks kind of scary. That looks way too thick, doesn't it? It's way too thick. That's not what I wanted it to look like. I know it's not gonna look the same as how it did when I drew it. I know that. So I'm trying to not get disappointed with whatever it looks like. .12 goal doesn't have to be games, it could be like one of these streams that come out. Yeah, but I'm doing the crafty stream already. Like, why would I have it as a goal when it's something I'm already doing? Even more crafty stream, but I'd be doing them anyway. I don't understand. Like, when I'm doing craft streams, either it's the odd time I have a personal project like this, or it's me doing, like, work, like Etsy shop stuff, or commissions, or YouTube thumbnails that I have to get done anyway, so I might as well stream them. Oh shit, that's not the part of the knife I want to use. Like, I don't know what even, like, I don't understand. Yeah, but that's still like doing a thing. I don't have Lego. I don't know what to tell you. I don't have like a toy or something. Like Christ, touch my palm of my hand. Well, I know, but then like what? Because it's not like I don't just want to do like, oh well, I'll do some kind of other craft on stream, because then I'd still have to buy a bunch of craft supplies for something that I'm not obviously that bothered about doing, otherwise I'd just be doing it as a normal stream anyway. Dinner's gonna be ready in like 10 minutes, so I might. I'm just gonna end stream now. Sorry, Lucy, I don't really want to answer a big question right now. don't know if anyone else is online. Oh god, how do I get back into Twitch? There we go. Oh, okay. Yeah, there's someone I can read. Oh god, did it try to stay invisibility today? I don't even know. I feel bad. Yeah, so let's go raid Smilky. And please don't suggest things for me to do on stream unless I ask for suggestions, because it kind of comes across like you guys are bored, and also it's a little humiliating for me to have to explain every time that I can't stream 99% of video games because I don't have some kind of fancy PC. Nor do I have the ability to just throw money at a fancy PC. Nor do I enjoy playing most video games, and I hate having to explain that because a lot of people don't understand and think it's weird. There's very few games I enjoy playing. So we're gonna go raid Smilky. Let me switch. Wait, I should disable that so we don't forget for next stream. I should switch my model back as well. There we go. Okay. We'll see if I feel like streaming tomorrow. I'm not sure at the moment anymore. If I do, usual time, 1 PM UK time, doing Magma. I don't have any other plans other than doing solo art on Friday and Magma art on Saturday. And get my raid messages up. That's the one. If you're not subscribed, I don't have the one ready for if you are. Hang on. And there's the one if you are subscribed that has my emotes in. Because if you're not subscribed, you won't be able to copy and paste them into Smilky's channel. I might raid and run because I don't know if I'm up to staying in stream much. I don't know as of right now if I'll be streaming tomorrow. Because I don't really know what you guys want from me anymore, so sorry if streams are a bit too, I don't know, not enough or whatever. Not much else I can do there. I might see you guys tomorrow, I might not.